England's central authority had one basic responsibility: maintaining order at home and protecting the kingdom from threats, whether they came from abroad or from within. This was not a simple task. English history had repeatedly shown how powerful nobles could disrupt peace, challenge royal authority, and plunge the country into instability. The Tudor rulers were keenly aware of this danger and worked relentlessly to curb the ambitions of such figures. Yet their position was never secure, because real control over daily governance rested far from the royal court. Across the country, power was exercised by local elites, noble families, wealthy landowners, and influential gentlemen who dominated county and parish life. The crown could not govern effectively without these people. Law enforcement, tax collection, public order, and military readiness all depended on local cooperation. As a result, rule in Elizabethan England was built on persuasion as much as command. Authority relied not only on institutions, but also on trust, reputation, honor, and personal relationships. The system functioned through a loose framework rather than rigid administration. Its success depended on the willingness, experience, and energy of a relatively small group of men scattered across the realm. Law and tradition provided guidance, but how those rules were interpreted by the ruling classes determined what actually happened on the ground. Power therefore operated through overlapping layers. Official authority blended constantly with informal influence. Orders issued from the center were shaped, negotiated, and sometimes quietly redirected as they passed through local hands. To understand how England was governed in this period, it is not enough to describe official structures. One must also examine how power was exercised in practice through networks that crossed social rank, office, and geography. Modern historians have increasingly emphasized this local dimension. Governance was not something imposed entirely from above. Communities and individuals actively used the legal system to protect themselves, resolve disputes, and pursue their interests. Law became a practical tool, not an abstract force. Ordinary subjects learned how to navigate authority and even reshape it to their advantage. Government, in this sense, was close at hand, familiar, and deeply embedded in everyday life. Rather than focusing only on grand institutions in London, recent scholarship highlights the importance of local officials who gave real meaning to royal authority. These men formed a web of offices and responsibilities that linked village, county, and crown. Although these roles appeared separate on paper, they were experienced as part of a single, living system. A person's influence depended on how many of these roles they held and how strongly those positions reinforced one another. Power was not flat or linear. It existed in depth, shaped by status, connections, and reputation across multiple arenas. This approach has shifted attention away from earlier interpretations that emphasized centralized control. Previous historians portrayed Tudor government as a bureaucratic revolution or even an early form of authoritarian rule. More recent work, however, has questioned this view. The role of dominant ministers, court factions, and central offices has been downplayed, while greater attention has been given to local communities, borough governments, and semi-independent urban elites. In this picture, the crown can appear surprisingly distant. Yet this impression is misleading. The Queen and her council remained at the heart of the political system. They defined the legal and symbolic framework within which all negotiation took place. Authority flowed from them, even when its execution depended on others. The leadership understood this balance well. They knew that effective rule required cooperation rather than constant coercion. Central government did not replace local power. It organized, guided, and legitimized it. At the center of everything stood the Queen herself. All government actions were carried out in her name. Access to her favor determined who wielded influence and who fell from grace. Authority did not exist independently of her approval. Her will was communicated through a small circle of trusted advisors who formed the core of royal decision-making. Unlike earlier reigns, this group remained deliberately limited in size, and over time it grew even smaller. Power was concentrated among fewer men, all of whom depended on their closeness to the monarch. These advisors owed their positions to royal choice, but they were not merely passive servants. Most were powerful figures in their own right, with wealth, land, and extensive patronage networks. Their strength came from both their personal resources and their relationship with the Queen. They acted within her authority, but they did not act independently of her judgment. Even the most influential among them were constantly aware that their status could be withdrawn without warning. The stability of this inner circle was one of the defining features of the reign. Long-serving figures dominated royal administration for decades, shaping policy, managing finance, overseeing justice, and controlling access to favor. Others rose through personal closeness, charm, or demonstrated loyalty. Some lacked traditional qualifications, but were elevated through trust and confidence. Over time, death and age thinned this group, making room for a younger generation eager for advancement. Competition intensified, alliances hardened, and rivalries became more dangerous as the Queen herself grew older. One of the monarch's most important skills was keeping her servants in check. She tolerated ambition, but she would not allow any individual to misuse her authority for personal dominance. Sharp words, public humiliation, or exclusion from her presence were powerful tools of discipline. Those who governed in her name were reminded that their position existed only so long as they pleased her. The council's authority reached into every corner of the country through a constant flow of correspondence. Its reach was virtually unlimited. It could intervene in local disputes, supervise religious appointments, authorize economic activity, investigate crimes, issue pardons, manage defense, and regulate trade. Nothing lay beyond its potential interest. It acted as the Queen's voice, translating her authority into action at every level of society. Behind this activity stood the royal secretaries, who organized information, managed communication, and coordinated policy. These men occupied one of the most demanding roles in government. They handled sensitive negotiations, intelligence, and diplomacy, both domestic and foreign. Their power was immense, but so was their vulnerability. They lived by trust, and a single loss of confidence could end their careers overnight. The relationship between the Queen, her council, and her secretaries was a constant balancing act. Advice flowed upward, commands flowed downward, and nothing was final without royal approval. The council could suggest policy, but it could not act independently. Decision-making was collective, but authority remained personal. Many of those involved in central government also held deep roots in local society. Their influence extended far beyond London. They served as landowners, patrons, legal authorities, and community leaders in their home regions. This combination of national office and local power strengthened the effectiveness of government. Orders carried more weight when issued by men who were personally known and respected on the ground. Special commissions illustrate how this worked in practice. When investigations were needed, local gentlemen were instructed to carry them out, guided by members of the council who understood both national priorities and regional realities. Even something as seemingly trivial as observing clothing choices could become a tool of governance, revealing wealth, status, and obligations to the state. One of the clearest signs of how far the royal council's influence could stretch was the way it could also operate like a powerful high court. When the council sat together with the senior judges of the realm, it could hear cases in a forum that people often preferred because it moved faster and cut through messy boundaries between different legal arenas. This court handled many disputes with relatively straightforward methods. It did not normally issue punishments that took a person's life or confiscated land outright, so its work focused largely on public order, the enforcement of royal directives, and the misuse of authority by those who were supposed to uphold justice. During Elizabeth's reign, this body dealt with an enormous number of cases, which gave councillors a broad, almost panoramic understanding of what was happening across the country. In that setting, they were not only administrators and policymakers, they were also acting as judges, blending state management with direct control of justice. The participation of senior judges mattered for another reason. It highlighted how connected England's legal world really was. Different courts had different purposes. Some focused on criminal matters, some on civil disputes, and others on cases where strict rules produced unfair outcomes. On paper, these institutions looked separate. In reality, they overlapped constantly, competed for authority, and often stepped into each other's territory. Their procedures could be slow and technical, and the system relied heavily on trained specialists who knew how to navigate it. Legal practice was shaped by professional cultures and old habits, and ordinary people often found the process complicated and expensive. Alongside these courts, there were also major institutions dealing with fairness and royal documentation. One central court became especially significant because it could push past rigid technicalities and focus on what seemed right in substance. It also played a crucial administrative role by producing, sealing, and recording the official instruments that validated royal grants and began legal actions in other courts. As the reign continued, the workload became overwhelming. Demand grew faster than the machinery could handle, and delays piled up. Even with all these separate bodies, the leading judges were used to acting together. They held formal consultations to settle difficult questions, advise on legal problems, and work out workable solutions when rules collided. They also served in the upper political arena as professional advisors and traveled across the kingdom on regular circuits, which brought them into repeated contact with local elites. These journeys were not only about trials, they were also a way for the center to stay informed about local realities. On top of that, the ruling world was tied together through family links and marriage alliances, meaning that cooperation was often reinforced by personal relationships. From the outside, the structure could look divided. In practice, it often moved with more unity than the official layout suggested. The system grew even more complex because parts of the kingdom were governed through special regional arrangements and semi-independent jurisdictions. These areas were connected to royal authority not only through formal reporting, but through the people appointed to run them. Personnel mattered as much as paperwork. Who held the post often determined how closely these regions aligned with the priorities of the crown. Finance was another sphere where the council's reach was unmistakable. The top financial officer of the realm sat within the council, which linked political decision-making directly to taxation and spending. This office oversaw the collection process and dealt with revenue streams ranging from trade duties to fines owed to the crown. The system they managed was old, heavy, and increasingly strained. In theory, the monarch's income was supposed to come primarily from land revenues, traditional feudal payments, profits from the justice system, and church-related income. Parliament was expected to provide extra taxation only in moments of national emergency. In reality, rising prices and the growing cost of defense made that model unworkable. Taxes and church payments were requested again and again, yet the money still failed to meet the state's needs. The pressure became far worse in the later years of the reign, when prolonged conflict created repeated financial crises. The problem was not only that expenses were rising, the methods of assessment and collection were weak. Many people avoided payment, and even when taxes were collected, the amounts often failed to reflect real wealth because inflation had changed everything. Accounting methods were basic, records could be unreliable, and the machinery of collection was uneven. The leadership understood these flaws, but they often avoided full reassessment, partly because doing so would provoke the very local elites who both paid the taxes and managed their collection. Many leading figures did not raise their own valuations, and they showed little enthusiasm for forcing others to increase theirs. Instead, the crown increasingly leaned on indirect methods of raising money. It granted exclusive rights and special permissions that could be sold for profit. In effect, parts of enforcement and collection were pushed into private hands. Those who bought these rights worked to squeeze maximum returns, and the use of informants who received a share of penalties intensified resentment. Over time, anger at these practices grew so strong that it became a major political flashpoint at the end of the reign. Religion also intersected with power and revenue. The crown's authority over the church had been reasserted early in the reign, and uniform worship was enforced across the country. The monarch also had leverage over church property and appointments, which created both income and tension. Church offices brought regular payments into royal finances, and these streams were sometimes converted into fixed annual sums to make administration easier. To support religious policy, the Crown appointed a nationwide body with broad authority to investigate and punish religious nonconformity. Over time, this developed into a regular court with wide reach, useful precisely because it could operate across the whole kingdom rather than being limited to a single region. Its procedures were designed to extract compliance efficiently, and its structure gave central government a strong tool in moments of religious conflict. This arrangement also underlined a key reality. Senior church leaders were appointed by the Crown and were dependent on royal favor in ways that local secular officials were not. Bishops could be powerful figures within their regions, with staffs and local officials helping them regulate religious life through church courts. Yet their independence was limited, and they often struggled to protect their lands and authority when royal interests pressed against them. While councils and courts shaped policy from above, the Crown's connection to daily governance depended on key local offices. Sheriffs, traveling judges, and regional military leaders formed the main bridge between central authority and local power. Sheriffs had heavy responsibilities, collecting royal dues, carrying out legal orders, managing juries, arresting accused criminals, and running the county jail. It was a demanding post, costly and time-consuming, normally held only once in a man's life. That meant expertise was uneven, but it also meant many former sheriffs remained in the county and could be called upon for experience. A particularly important office expanded during the Tudor period: the regional military commander responsible for mustering forces. These appointments became more regular as the century progressed, and the districts they covered did not always match county boundaries. Their job was to raise, equip, and lead the local militia, and they also had to supply men for wars and ensure that basic support payments were arranged. Over time, this role became more than military. It became a key political link between the court and the localities, because these men often served longer and were trusted with additional tasks when needed. Yet even the most powerful noble holding such a post could not simply command results. Success still depended on persuading local gentlemen to cooperate. They relied heavily on deputies drawn from local society. These deputies did much of the practical work and often had to adapt general orders to the realities of their area. Instructions issued from the center could be vague, irrelevant, or based on assumptions that did not fit local geography or local finances. Local officers sometimes responded with explanations, delays, and requests for clarification. They might point out that certain orders made no sense for their region, that seasonal work made musters difficult, or that the financial burdens placed on local office holders were unrealistic. Even religious surveillance could be reported as unnecessary when local leaders claimed there were no serious offenders in the area. As the reign advanced, the militia itself began to change. Instead of relying on older feudal-style levies, selected groups were trained more systematically. While the population still carried obligations to keep weapons and practice older skills, a smaller portion of men were equipped with newer arms and taught modern methods. By the time of major threats, the kingdom could field a significant force with at least some training. These trained groups were generally drawn from respectable local society and were kept for defense at home, while overseas campaigns often relied on men pressed from the margins of society, including vagrants and prisoners. The key moment when these layers of authority met face to face was the regular judicial sessions held in the counties. Prisoners held after local hearings were tried before royal judges and local juries. At the same time, juries could be tasked with investigating wider problems in the community, producing charges that would shape the next wave of prosecutions. These gatherings also had a public dimension. Sermons were preached, and the crown's priorities could be communicated to local officials. Just as importantly, local concerns could be carried back toward the center. These sessions made governance feel shared because they brought together crown authority, local leadership, and community observation in one place. Senior figures sometimes pushed hard to make local magistrates take their responsibilities seriously. There was a constant fear that many officials used their position for private advantage, helping friends, harming rivals, or doing as little work as possible while enjoying the status of office. Since shame and reputation mattered deeply in elite culture, public criticism and loss of standing could be used as discipline. Being marked as idle or self-serving could damage a gentleman's honor, and that social pressure could be more effective than formal punishment. Even so, local governance was often reactive. Officials tended to act when order was threatened, not to chase every rule on the books. Many laws were intrusive, time-consuming to enforce, and likely to disturb local harmony. As a result, enforcement was uneven and selective, shaped by local relationships and the practical limits of time, money, and willingness. The wider political system also reinforced obedience by giving local elites a sense of participation. Those expected to enforce laws were also connected to the lawmaking process through representation. This helped bind the ruling class to the state because it encouraged the idea that enforcement was not simply submission to orders, but the carrying out of collective decisions. The political world, in this sense, was also theater, a public demonstration of unity that encouraged cooperation across the realm, from the far southwest to the northern borders. All of this rested on a culture in which custom, law, and honor carried enormous weight. Tradition was treated as something close to unquestionable truth, and legal ways of thinking shaped the behavior of those who governed. For men of status, honor was not a private emotion. It was a public currency that guided choices, created obligations, and enforced hierarchy. The social order assumed that those with land and rank had duties, and that authority was justified by service to the community. At the same time, the elite was not entirely closed. Wealth and recognized ability could elevate people, and governance itself could become a path upward. Local office holding was shaped less by modern ideas of party competition and more by established status, family influence, and long-standing local dominance. In many places, representatives were effectively chosen by the leading families rather than selected through real campaigning. The same men who made decisions at the national level were often the ones expected to enforce those decisions at home, and their experiences in local life shaped what they believed laws should be. Towns followed a similar logic, though under different leadership. Urban life was often controlled by a small group of established figures who managed justice, enforced regulation, and shaped representation according to the interests of the civic elite. Beneath county and town stood the parish, the most immediate level of administration. Here, local officials were expected to handle responsibilities such as poor relief precisely because they knew the community well enough to judge who truly needed help and who did not. What really kept local rulers tied to the crown was not a modern bureaucracy. It was a culture of respect and hierarchy. People were expected to show deference to someone born to the highest rank, believed to rule by God's will, and confirmed by the political order of the realm. In a society built on status, this respect was closely linked to personal honor. Even though the world was dominated by men, obedience and submission to rank were deeply ingrained habits. Elizabeth insisted on being treated not simply as a queen, but as a sovereign in her own right, the rightful heir of a powerful dynasty. She expected loyalty, and she demanded that people behave as if her authority was unquestionable. But the relationship was never one-sided. The men running counties and towns also lived by strict codes of aristocratic pride. They saw themselves as gentle because of bloodline, reputation, and service. That pride shaped how government worked day to day. Serving the monarch was a duty, but it had to be done in a way that protected a man's standing. If cooperation made him look weak, careless, or dishonored in the eyes of his peers, then cooperation became harder to secure. You can see this in how great lords communicated with their local deputies. When orders came down for military musters, some deputies tried to delay or dodge the work. A senior noble might respond not with open threats, but with careful pressure. He would remind them that he trusted their loyalty, hint that their failure made him look bad, and suggest that good service would please the queen. At the same time, he would warn that their negligence could bring shame, and he would even imply that he would rather conceal their shortcomings than expose them to royal anger. It was a delicate mix of encouragement and humiliation, designed to force action without triggering rebellion or resentment. This reveals something important about honor in Elizabethan government. Honor did not simply flow downward from the monarch, it moved in both directions. A local magistrate owed obedience to those above him, But he also felt obligations to his family, his neighbors, and the power structures of his own region. That meant his decisions were rarely pure loyalty. They were calculations shaped by survival, local advantage, and reputation. People used words like duty, service, and honor, but those words could be flexible. They could be used to justify compliance, and they could also be used to defend refusal. Honor could even push people into actions that the crown did not want. On the northern frontier, for example, retaliation could become almost unavoidable. If one side struck back, the other felt compelled to answer, because failing to respond would look like weakness. That cycle could easily escalate into a wider conflict, even if the queen preferred restraint. In that world, keeping the peace was not simply a matter of issuing orders. It meant managing pride, revenge, and public reputation. So the crown had to operate inside a difficult landscape: sensitive status, rigid social ranking, a male-dominated culture, and the habit of turning legal arguments into excuses. Governing became a craft. The goal was to steer powerful people toward cooperation without humiliating them so deeply that they turned hostile. Elizabeth herself mattered enormously in this balancing act, because her favor was a prize everyone wanted. A cold remark from her could wound a proud man for years. And she controlled the greatest reward system in the realm: patronage. She was known for being cautious with money and sparing with titles, yet she could be generous when she chose. That uncertainty was the point. Hope kept ambitious men performing. People worked hard not only to earn her approval, but also to gain the support of her trusted inner circle, because access to them could become a bridge to her. This reward system rarely worked as a direct bargain in plain words. But everyone understood the unspoken rule: if you accepted a benefit, you owed service. And if you served well, you expected something in return. When a man felt he had done enough, he might petition for a prize. That prize could be land, the income from an office, a pension, a profitable license, or a special right to collect fees and duties. These were especially attractive because they did not always require the crown to pay cash directly. They transferred earning power instead. Some of these grants could be so profitable that they were treated like assets, something a recipient could even borrow against. Yet the world of patronage was full of disappointment. A man could have the right education, the right relatives, and years of service, and still fail repeatedly. Even small refusals could sting, because the real injury was not the loss of money, but the message: you are not as valued as you thought. People often chased favor for years, writing letters, calling in contacts, and trying again after each rejection. The system rewarded persistence, but it also produced bitterness, and reward could be a burden too. Many offices were expensive to hold. The state expected officials to spend their own money to do the job properly. Repayment might come eventually, or it might never come. Some men sank into debt while serving the crown. That is why it mattered that those chosen for heavy duties were wealthy enough to absorb the cost. In towns, the pressure could be even harsher. Civic office often required public hospitality, ceremonies, feasts, and higher household spending. Some men tried to avoid appointment because it could ruin them financially. Still, many accepted because office brought status, influence, and a stronger future for the family name. This is the key point. The system pushed magistrates toward obedience, but everyone knew their enthusiasm could rise or fall depending on local rivalries, family strategy, and personal ambition. Lineage and patronage were not side details, they were leverage. One of the most effective tools for shaping the elite was the management of young heirs. When a landholding family lost its head while children were still minors, the crown had legal power over their guardianship and marriage arrangements. Control of these guardianships could be sold or granted, and the profits could be huge. The guardian gained influence over estates and, most importantly, over marriage, which meant influence over future alliances. This became a powerful way to reward loyalty, strengthen networks, and guide the direction of major families without spending royal money. A skilled statesman could use this system to build influence across the kingdom. He could please important figures by granting them a profitable guardianship. He could bind families to him through marriage negotiations. He could shape which lineages rose and which were weakened. And because these arrangements reached into every county, they created a web of knowledge and control that extended far beyond the court. Family connection mattered so much that leading figures constantly studied it. Genealogy was not a hobby. It was political intelligence. Knowing who was related to whom, who had married into which house, and which alliances were forming could influence major appointments. Networks formed around regions, kinship groups, old friendships, and shared education. The elite was small enough that these ties could decide careers. University circles and legal training also created bonds that lasted for decades. Men who had studied together, lived in the same colleges, or trained in the same legal inns often shared values, helped one another, and moved through government side by side. They married into each other's families, invested together, and supported each other's rise. A powerful minister who belonged to such a network could use it expertly because he understood it from the inside. The outcome was a political world stitched together by informal relationships linking court and countryside. Some men became living bridges between these two spheres. They gained visibility at court and then used that influence to strengthen their position at home. They could deliver information to London and bring royal expectations back to the localities. They were valuable precisely because they belonged in both worlds at once. This reliance on personal networks also explains why so much was never written down. People did not always need paperwork to understand what was expected because shared assumptions and long relationships carried the message. But the same trait created a weakness. These networks did not automatically put the crown's interests first. Often they placed family advantage and local stability above everything else. Many elites saw royal government as something that should protect their property, strengthen their standing, and keep order. If it did that, they cooperated. If it threatened those foundations, loyalty could turn cautious, selective, or resistant. When people describe Elizabethan government, the system often sounds solid on paper. Order would be kept, property protected, justice delivered, and the country secured. But the real question is whether the machinery actually worked in daily life. In practice, central authority frequently struggled to turn commands into results. Messages from the royal council could be ignored, delayed, or answered with excuses. Reprimands and stern warnings were common, yet they were often not followed by real enforcement. And when the center threatened embarrassment or damage to reputation, local officials sometimes shrugged it off, especially if they believed London did not understand local realities. The council had one strong weapon when it truly wanted to apply pressure. It could summon a person to appear in London. That meant expense, disruption, and a stay of uncertain length, a punishment in itself for a landowner tied to local responsibilities. Even so, local resistance was not always sheer defiance. Sometimes the problem began with the council's own instructions. Orders could be vague, incomplete, or written as if every county had the same conditions. In a tense moment before a major northern crisis, for example, local officials were instructed to enforce a key loyalty oath, but they were not told clearly what to do if a justice refused to take it. The result was confusion. A man could openly refuse while still technically remaining in office simply because the center had not provided a clear procedure. In such cases, local authorities improvised, sometimes placing the refuser under temporary custody, sometimes delaying decisions, sometimes waiting for guidance that never came quickly. It looked like disorder, but it also shows something deeper. The system ran partly on flexibility, because it had to. And strangely, that looseness is one reason it succeeded as often as it did. The Elizabethan state had limited ambitions, and it rarely tried to push too far into everyday life. It worked best when it aligned with the interests and assumptions of those who owned land and held local power. At the same time, it remained available to ordinary people seeking protection or a hearing. It was quick to react in emergencies, yet too underbuilt to become permanently intrusive. When it needed sudden energy, it relied on temporary commissions, targeted interventions, and the influence that great landowners could exert in their own regions. Government did not always move like a machine. It moved like a network responding to pressure. Elizabeth and her leading ministers managed this world through a mixture of tools rather than a single method. They used personal knowledge of who mattered in each place. They used social values like honor, family standing, and reputation. They used law when it helped, negotiation when it was wiser, persuasion in parliament when consent mattered, rewards when loyalty needed encouragement, and fear when patience ran out. They understood that obedience rarely came from rules alone. It came from a blend of self-interest and shared expectations, supported by the language of duty and moral responsibility. If that blend held, peace could be maintained. The political order was therefore built on balance. The monarch and the central leadership had to accept that local rulers had their own status and their own space to operate. In return, local rulers accepted that there was a higher authority above them. By acknowledging each other's roles, they produced a working arrangement that, while imperfect, met the basic needs of the ruling class most of the time. Then comes a different challenge: understanding Elizabeth herself. People often assume she is easy to grasp because her reign is famous and her image is everywhere in history. Yet getting inside her decision-making is surprisingly difficult. Compared with some of her leading ministers, she left fewer private notes that clearly reveal her thinking. Her comments on official documents were often brief. Many letters associated with her were drafted by others, shaped by secretaries, and then revised before being sent. Even when we see changes in wording, it is hard to know whose voice won. Her correspondence was often the result of collaboration, but the exact process is hidden from us, which is why historians can disagree so sharply about what she personally intended. The same uncertainty follows her poems, prayers, and translations. Works attributed to her circulated widely, but proof of authorship is often weak. Only a small portion survives in her unmistakable handwriting. Much of what is linked to her name may reflect court culture, political messaging, or careful construction by those around her rather than her private inner life. Even devotional writings connected to her can be difficult to judge because copies were made and recopied, and not all were produced directly by her hand. So when people claim these texts reveal her heart or her private beliefs, that claim is always open to challenge. Her public speeches raise similar issues. Different versions survive, and they do not always match. Sometimes a speech appears to be a prepared draft. Sometimes it looks like an observer's reconstruction. Sometimes it seems revised after delivery, shaped for a particular audience, and later circulated in a polished form. Famous lines that are constantly quoted may have reached later generations through adaptations rather than exact contemporary records. That means even when we feel we are hearing Elizabeth's voice, we might actually be hearing a version filtered through other minds. If we shift from her own words to what others wrote about her, the problems multiply. Praise was often exaggerated because writers wanted favor, access, or reward. Some accounts were meant to promote a political message. Others were designed as public celebration rather than honest description. Even flattering claims about her learning and languages must be read carefully, because admiration could become propaganda. Writers constructed an ideal sovereign as much as they described a real woman. And beyond texts, there is the issue of performance. Elizabeth knew she was always being watched. She played a role, and she did so deliberately. But the image we inherit is also shaped by those who recorded her behavior. Descriptions of ceremonies, public appearances, and royal processions were written by people with agendas. Some accounts may be close to reality. Others may be carefully designed to create the impression of harmony and legitimacy. That is why historians can interpret the same event in completely opposite ways. One sees authentic public love, another sees staged political theater. Because of these difficulties, many modern studies focus less on the Queen alone and more on the wider governing system around her. Yet even with all the uncertainty, her actions show enough consistency to say meaningful things about her beliefs and style of rule. On religion, for instance, her Protestant identity was clear. Her background gave her strong reasons to reject papal authority. But there is also evidence that she was shaped early by a reforming atmosphere and the habits of evangelical piety. She could conform outwardly when political survival required it, yet she kept signals that mattered to committed Protestants. She expected to rule a Protestant kingdom, and many believers at home and abroad welcomed her accession as a turning point, a move from fear and persecution into a safer future. When Elizabeth first came to the throne, many people expected immediate clarity about the future of religion in England. Instead, her earliest actions were cautious and restrained. In the first public announcement of her rule, she warned her subjects not to disturb existing religious practices. Because of this, Catholic worship continued openly for a time. Traditional services were still held. Prayers for the late Queen were said in major churches, and the surviving Catholic bishops were left in place. Even figures who had served under the previous regime remained close to power. Trials for heresy stopped. Prisoners were released, yet nothing dramatic happened to signal a swift return to Protestant rule. To outward appearances, England's religious life carried on much as before. But beneath this surface calm, the balance of power was already shifting. A closer look at those surrounding the Queen shows that she leaned toward reform from the very beginning. Most of the men she trusted had already served under a Protestant government in the past, or had suffered for their beliefs during the previous reign. Some had gone into exile, others into prison. Their return to influence was no accident. It suggested that Elizabeth was preparing the ground carefully rather than acting impulsively. She was waiting until the political risks seemed manageable. By the end of the year, signs of change became harder to miss. Elizabeth had likely gained confidence that no strong Catholic challenger would emerge, and that foreign powers would not immediately turn against her if she acted with restraint. Across Europe, rulers had already been allowed to shape religion within their own territories, and Elizabeth seems to have calculated that England could do the same without provoking disaster. Her first unmistakable signal came during a major religious service when she deliberately withdrew rather than participate in a ceremony she found unacceptable. Soon afterward, new instructions appeared, ordering parts of worship to be spoken in English and announcing that a gathering would soon meet to address religious practices. Her coronation reinforced this direction. The service avoided key Catholic gestures, and the language used carried clear reformist meaning. Even the oath she took echoed earlier Protestant models and contained phrasing that aligned royal authority with the gospel rather than tradition. Public celebrations surrounding her coronation added to this message. The images, symbols, and spoken words used during the procession suggested that religion had been led astray in the past and was now being set on a better path. Whether every detail of these events was authentic matters less than the fact that an officially approved account presented Elizabeth as a Protestant ruler whose government intended change. The signal was clear enough for those paying attention. What remained uncertain was the shape that change would take. Elizabeth was unquestionably Protestant in belief. She rejected core Catholic doctrines and accepted salvation by faith rather than ritual. But Protestantism itself was divided. Some versions emphasized ceremony and continuity, while others pushed for a stark break with the past. Elizabeth seems to have stood between these camps. She valued older forms of worship and was comfortable with visible ceremony. Yet she embraced Reformed theology. This placed her closer to moderate Protestant traditions that were more widely accepted across Europe. Early reactions from foreign observers suggest that she was seen as sympathetic to this middle path. Some believed she intended to align England with Lutheran traditions, rather than the more radical movements emerging elsewhere. At various moments, Elizabeth herself hinted that she admired this approach. She appeared willing to accept theological ambiguity in areas that others wanted clearly defined. Her public behavior during the coronation celebrations supports this interpretation. She presented herself not as a fiery destroyer of false worship, but as a ruler preserved by God and guided by divine mercy. When offered opportunities to embrace more militant symbolism, she remained restrained. Her gestures emphasized gratitude and humility rather than confrontation. This disappointed some of her more zealous supporters, who hoped for a swift and thorough purge of old practices. Those paying close attention should not have been surprised by what followed. The religious settlement that emerged soon after removed Catholic Mass and restored a Protestant prayer book, but it did not strip worship of all traditional elements. Key features were deliberately softened. Language used during communion allowed for different interpretations. Certain disclaimers were removed. Clergy were expected to wear traditional garments. These choices strongly suggest direct royal influence. Later instructions reinforced this moderation, preserving practices that Elizabeth clearly valued. Images were regulated rather than destroyed outright. Music was protected in major churches. Even objects that made strict reformers uncomfortable remained in royal worship for years. Elizabeth did not do this to court Catholic favor. She did it because she believed that many external forms of worship were not essential to faith. What mattered to her was order, reverence, and unity. Elizabeth defended her church confidently. Abroad, she justified it as rooted in Scripture. At home, she framed her rule as a stand against ignorance and superstition. Official religious texts released under her authority made this clear. Yet the language she used also revealed her priorities. Honoring God came first. Removing superstition came second. This allowed her to preserve practices that others wanted eliminated, arguing that reverence itself was a form of devotion. Reverence, in fact, was central to her religious outlook. She believed worship should be conducted with dignity, attention, and respect. Public prayer was to be shared, not fragmented into private murmuring. Communion was to be approached solemnly, not casually. These views shaped official teaching and left a lasting mark on religious instruction during her reign. Her Protestantism consistently reflected a few core themes. Faith alone brought salvation, but obsessive speculation about predestination troubled her. She preferred structured prayer to endless preaching. She believed her authority came from God, and that obedience was therefore a religious duty. Above all, she valued peace, harmony, and stability. And she disliked division, especially when it arose from doctrinal arguments that could never be resolved with certainty. These beliefs were sincere, but they also supported her political authority. They aligned perfectly with royal supremacy and a culture that prized obedience and conformity. This made her an uncomfortable figure for more radical reformers who wanted constant purification and debate. At the same time, it explains why she was willing to tolerate Catholics who obeyed the law and showed loyalty. For Elizabeth, unity mattered more than absolute uniformity of belief. Historians have long argued over whether Elizabeth truly intended to remain unmarried from the beginning of her reign. Some believe that she made a firm and early decision never to take a husband, either because of deeply personal experiences in her youth or because she believed marriage would weaken a woman's authority as a ruler. Others see her position as far less rigid. Her own words, when read carefully, suggest caution rather than finality. Early in her reign, Elizabeth openly stated that she was satisfied with her unmarried state, yet she never fully closed the door on marriage. She acknowledged that her life might still change if circumstances or divine will pushed her in another direction. For many years afterward, she avoided describing herself publicly as a virgin, and when she eventually did so again, it was in a moment shaped by political anxiety rather than personal pride. By then, the question of marriage no longer carried real urgency, and her words were meant to express the moral weight of a difficult political decision rather than a lifelong vow. On multiple occasions, Elizabeth made it clear that she was willing to marry if it served the interests of her people and secured the future of the crown. She rejected the idea that she had bound herself to a single life and stressed that, although remaining unmarried suited a private woman, the needs of a ruler were different. If marriage became necessary for the stability of the realm, she insisted that she would not resist it. She even spoke openly of her desire for children, stating that without the hope of heirs, marriage would hold little purpose for her. At various moments, her behavior convinced observers that she genuinely intended to wed. In the early years of her reign, she appeared deeply attached to a close companion whose Protestant faith made him an attractive option for producing a religiously acceptable successor. Yet this match collapsed under the weight of public scandal and political danger. Rumors surrounding his past, combined with his lack of prestigious lineage, threatened to damage her authority and reputation beyond repair. Later in her reign, Elizabeth seriously pursued a marriage alliance with a foreign prince. This was not driven by personal longing or anxiety about heirs. Instead, It was a calculated response to international crises. She hoped marriage could resolve tensions abroad, strengthen alliances, and counter powerful enemies. When negotiations resumed years later, the political motivation was even clearer. The idea of pregnancy at her age carried real risk, and this fact alone made the prospect of marriage less attractive from a practical standpoint. Despite these dangers, Elizabeth pushed forward with determination. She liked her prospective husband personally and believed she could manage him. Yet resistance grew steadily at court and across the country. The idea of the Queen marrying a foreign Catholic alarmed many of her subjects, especially since he insisted on practicing his faith privately. Elizabeth eventually recognized that such a union could provoke unrest and place her safety at risk. Past rebellions and the downfall of other rulers had already shown how dangerous an unpopular marriage could be. Throughout her reign, Elizabeth's approach to marriage followed a clear pattern. She dismissed suitors she found unappealing with little delay. Those she considered more seriously were required to meet her in person. This was not simply a stalling tactic. Elizabeth was determined to avoid humiliation or disaster by marrying blindly. Once negotiations advanced, she laid down strict conditions. Any husband would be excluded from political authority, required to support his own household, and denied influence over government. On matters of religion, she was firm. Her consort must conform publicly to Protestant worship. Only once did she show flexibility on this point, and even then, it cost her dearly in public support. Elizabeth regarded both marriage and the succession as matters that belonged solely to the crown. She believed they lay beyond the authority of Parliament or public debate. When critics challenged her marriage plans in print, she responded harshly, seeing such attacks as dangerous invitations for ordinary people to judge affairs of state. Public punishment followed. Yet when opposition was expressed privately and respectfully, she could show restraint. The difference lay not in the message, but in the manner and audience. The same principle governed her response to debates about succession. Elizabeth reacted angrily when writers or politicians attempted to force the issue. She believed it was improper for subjects to instruct their ruler on matters of inheritance. Although she acknowledged that Parliament had a legal role in confirming the succession, she refused to name an heir while she lived. Her reasoning was consistent and carefully thought through. First, she feared that naming a successor would weaken her own authority. Once people knew who would follow her, their loyalty might shift prematurely. Her own experience as a potential heir under a previous reign had shown her how dangerous that situation could be. Second, she argued that the number of competing claims made any choice deeply divisive. Past mistakes had already shown how easily legal and religious arguments could be twisted to discredit rightful heirs. Third, she believed that an heir, especially one who was her subject, would live under constant suspicion and hostility. Such a person could become a focus for intrigue, rebellion, or foreign manipulation. Finally, she doubted that any declaration could permanently settle the issue. Previous monarchs had tried and failed to silence debate, and Elizabeth believed the ultimate outcome lay in divine hands rather than human planning. Despite her refusal to name a successor, Elizabeth quietly worked to smooth the path for a future transition. She believed that a particular royal house held the strongest claim and took steps to protect it. She blocked attempts to exclude this line and actively undermined rival claims, even using imprisonment and legal judgments to neutralize competitors. She explored marriage plans and educational schemes designed to make a future ruler more acceptable to England, even considering extraordinary measures during moments of crisis. After the execution of a rival claimant, Elizabeth could have named a clear heir without provoking widespread opposition. The candidate was Protestant, male, and increasingly acceptable to English opinion. Yet Elizabeth chose uncertainty instead. She mistrusted both her potential successor and her own subjects. By keeping the future unresolved, she maintained leverage. Hope restrained ambition. Ambiguity preserved authority. Elizabeth believed deeply in consistency. She valued stability of principle and saw sudden reversals as dangerous to royal dignity. To her, remaining silent on the succession was not indecision, but strategy. It was a way to govern a restless political world without surrendering control. In the end, her refusal to name an heir was not a failure of planning, but a deliberate choice shaped by experience, caution, and a fierce belief in the sovereignty of the crown. In the late spring of 1598, tensions inside the Queen's inner circle erupted into open confrontation. Two sharply opposed views clashed. One group believed England should seek peace with Spain, while another demanded continued war. The argument grew so heated that it became symbolic of deeper divisions within Elizabethan politics. One senior statesman accused his rival of being consumed by violence and ambition, and in a dramatic gesture, pointed silently to a line of scripture warning that men devoted to bloodshed do not live long. History would later give that moment an almost grim resonance. This incident reveals much about how power operated at the highest level of Elizabeth's government, but it also raises important questions. How did advice truly reach the Queen? Who shaped decisions? And how much authority did the council itself really possess? The body we now think of as the Privy Council did not emerge fully formed. It developed gradually out of earlier royal advisory groups, which were fluid, overlapping, and poorly defined. Over several decades, reforms and political pressures narrowed its membership and clarified its function. By the middle of the 16th century, it had become a recognizable institution with its own clerks and records, though even then its name and precise role were not always fixed. By the time Elizabeth came to the throne, it was firmly embedded in the machinery of rule. On a daily level, most of the council's work was practical rather than dramatic. Members dealt with petitions, oversaw the execution of policy, handled complaints from towns and counties, and responded to local crises. Yet its most important responsibility lay elsewhere. The council existed to advise the monarch. That advisory function, more than any administrative task, has fascinated historians and provoked long-running disagreement. For much of the 20th century, scholars argued that Elizabeth governed through personal bonds with her leading advisors. According to this view, the council mattered because it brought powerful individuals together, but it was also shaped by rivalries, ambitions, and disagreements over major issues such as war and peace. Some historians emphasized personal conflict. Others highlighted ideological divides. Later interpretations challenged this approach by focusing instead on the growth of institutions, suggesting that England was moving toward a more bureaucratic form of government, in which formal bodies mattered more than personalities. That institutional model, however influential, did not fully satisfy everyone. Many historians felt it underestimated the continuing importance of trust, background, belief, and personal connection. Over time, attention returned to the social world of politics, to networks of loyalty, shared education, religion, and patronage. Scholars began to examine not just offices, but the people who filled them and the assumptions they brought with them. Central to this reassessment was a renewed interest in how advice was supposed to work and how it actually worked in practice. As a result, most historians came to agree on one point. Even if politics revolved around the court, the council still appeared to be the main forum where advice was shaped. Decisions were often associated with a core group of counselors whose authority came not only from their closeness to the queen, but from their standing within this body. Advice rarely seemed to come from outside it, except in rare moments when Elizabeth deliberately sought to bypass collective opinion. Yet disagreement remains over how united the council truly was. Some argue that it fractured at key moments, particularly over marriage and foreign policy. Others suggest that counselors were often more united with each other than with the queen herself. A further line of interpretation points to Elizabeth's position as a woman ruling over male advisors, suggesting that conflict arose because she needed to assert authority in a political culture shaped by masculine assumptions about power. Still others argue that tensions stemmed from genuine differences of belief, especially over religion and the purpose of counsel. In this view, Elizabeth resisted advice when she felt it threatened her vision of stability, moderation, and control. What becomes clear when we look closely is that the council may not have been the primary space where major political decisions were debated. The surviving records tell us very little about discussions themselves. Official registers list meetings and correspondence, but they do not preserve arguments, disagreements, or reasoning. Our understanding instead comes from private papers written by individuals, especially senior ministers, who recorded their thoughts on major issues. These documents suggest a pattern that does not always match the formal record. On many occasions, discussions of crucial policy seem to have taken place outside the regular council meetings. Some gatherings occurred on different days or in different locations. Others involved a different group of participants. In several cases, the Queen herself was present and actively engaged, something that almost never happened in ordinary council sessions. In sensitive matters, particularly marriage negotiations, Elizabeth clearly distinguished between counselors acting in their official capacity and a smaller group chosen to advise her privately. These were not accidental variations. They point to a parallel system of consultation. Instead of relying solely on the full council, Elizabeth selected trusted individuals to discuss matters discreetly. These advisors were usually counselors, but their importance lay less in their formal office than in their personal relationship with the Queen. Trust, experience, and familiarity mattered more than rank alone. Certain figures appear repeatedly in these informal discussions. Some were valued for long-standing personal closeness. Others brought specialized experience in diplomacy or administration. Over time, bonds of confidence developed that went beyond institutional roles. One advisor could speak to Elizabeth with humor, even when under criticism, suggesting a relationship strong enough to tolerate frank exchange. Such interactions were not possible with every counselor. This emphasis on personal trust helps explain why some figures with high office remained on the margins of real influence, while others with fewer formal responsibilities played key advisory roles. Family connection could also matter. Elizabeth sometimes drew advice from relatives or long-standing companions who did not otherwise dominate political life. Their inclusion reflected intimacy rather than political prominence. Seen in this light, the Privy Council was essential to government, but it was not always the engine of decision-making. It administered policy, coordinated responses, and gave legitimacy to action. But when it came to the most sensitive questions of war, marriage, religion, and foreign alliances, Elizabeth preferred to consult selectively. She shaped her own advisory circle according to circumstance, trust, and personal judgment. The result was a system that blended structure with flexibility. Formal institutions mattered, but they operated alongside informal channels that could override them. Authority did not flow automatically from office. It flowed through relationships. This balance allowed Elizabeth to maintain control, avoid being boxed in by collective pressure, and preserve her freedom to decide. In the end, governance under Elizabeth was not the rule of a single body, but the careful management of people, access, and trust at the heart of power. Before looking at why Elizabeth sometimes preferred to consult selected advisors outside the Privy Council, it is important to understand that she often sought advice on a personal and informal basis. At critical moments, she turned directly to individuals she trusted rather than calling formal meetings. For example, she discussed potential marriage proposals privately with Leicester during the 1560s, weighing his views carefully before taking any further steps. When news arrived of political upheaval in Scotland in the early 1570s, she debated the situation back and forth with him until she was persuaded that immediate action was necessary. Only then did she ask Burghley for his judgment on what kind of response would be most effective, again without summoning the full council. The people Elizabeth approached individually were often the same figures she relied on for more focused group discussions. This was hardly surprising, since they were among her most experienced and dependable advisors. Yet she did not limit herself to counselors alone. She also sought the opinions of men who held no formal seat at the council table, but whose expertise she valued. Diplomats, administrators, and household officers were consulted when their knowledge was relevant, even years before some of them entered the highest levels of government. Elizabeth also paid close attention to the insights of her ambassadors and agents abroad. She understood that those stationed in foreign courts possessed first-hand knowledge that could not be replicated at home. Their reports were shaped not only by official negotiations, but also by personal relationships and informal observation. On occasion, she even set aside the recommendations of her closest advisors in favor of what these envoys suggested, particularly when diplomacy offered a less risky alternative to force. Although Elizabeth relied overwhelmingly on male advisors, there is evidence that women close to her played an indirect but meaningful role in political life. These women were not policymakers, nor were they drawn into strategic debates. Instead, they acted as intermediaries and emotional indicators, helping advisors understand the Queen's mood or conveying messages when direct communication was strained. Some foreign diplomats were explicitly encouraged to cultivate relationships with influential women at court, recognizing their access and influence. Elizabeth also occasionally used trusted female companions to sound out sensitive matters discreetly, especially in the early years of her reign. Elizabeth's involvement in shaping political discussion did not stop at choosing advisors. She was actively engaged in the flow of information. She read letters herself, listened to summaries, compared reports, and weighed advice carefully before reaching conclusions. On some occasions, she reviewed correspondence sent to her ministers before hearing their interpretations, ensuring she formed her own judgment first. Why, then, did the Privy Council not dominate the advisory process as much as might be expected? Some historians have argued that Elizabeth's gender created tension between her and her counselors. In a political culture where female rule was openly questioned, advice was often framed as a safeguard against perceived weakness. According to this view, Elizabeth either had to work around her counselors or accept heavy guidance from male advisors in order to rule effectively. Yet the evidence does not strongly support the idea that Elizabeth felt constrained by such conventions. She was well aware of contemporary ideas about counsel and governance, having received an education similar to that of many of her advisors. The fact that many of her counselors were older than her was not a deliberate strategy rooted in theory, but a consequence of experience, continuity, and trust. These were men she had known for years, sometimes since her youth, or figures whose political weight made them unavoidable. Nor is it convincing to suggest that Elizabeth used court progresses or informal consultations to undermine the council's authority. Progresses served practical and symbolic purposes, allowing the court to escape unhealthy conditions in London and to reinforce royal authority across the realm. They did not replace government, nor did they consistently interrupt decision-making. Elizabeth certainly spoke of her rule in religious terms and described herself as acting under divine guidance. But this did not mean she believed she required male authority to govern. From the beginning, she made it clear that she welcomed advice, but retained the right to choose when and how to receive it. Her counselors served at her pleasure. They were appointed, not born to power, and their influence depended on her confidence in them. She was equally firm when foreign rulers attempted to bypass her by appealing directly to her council. Such actions offended her sense of sovereignty. While she respected her advisors' wisdom and loyalty, she insisted that they acted in her name, not alongside or above her. Elizabeth frequently rejected the notion that being a woman made her less capable of ruling. When challenged on issues such as marriage, she acknowledged their importance, but denied that she needed more guidance than any male ruler. She viewed herself as the rightful heir to her father's authority, and believed that the position she occupied outweighed any personal limitations others wished to attribute to her. The use of informal advisors and private consultation was not a strategy to weaken the council, but a practical way of governing. Sensitive issues required discretion. Matters such as marriage, succession, foreign intervention, and religious conflict could not always be debated openly without risk. Informal discussion allowed options to be tested, alliances explored, and opinions expressed without public commitment or loss of face. This approach was not unusual by the standards of the time. Political thinking emphasized that good counsel was a shared and reflective process. Advisors were expected to be trusted companions who could speak frankly, challenge assumptions, and guide decisions through careful discussion. Advice was not meant to be shouted across a table or imposed by force of numbers, but offered patiently, at the right moment, and in a manner the ruler would accept. Elizabeth's practice fit this model closely. She attended discussions personally, questioned her advisors, and required them to persuade her rather than simply present conclusions. She wanted to be convinced, not coerced. When she felt persuaded, her commitment could be strong. When she was not, frustration followed. There were moments when tensions surfaced. Some advisors complained that she delayed decisions or resisted their counsel. Others attempted to soften or adjust information before presenting it to her, fearing her reaction. These strains reflected genuine disagreements over religion, foreign policy, and the limits of royal authority, rather than a breakdown of the system itself. Importantly, criticism of Elizabeth based on her gender was relatively rare and usually restrained. Even those who spoke sharply often softened their language, acknowledging that the final decision rested with her alone. In the end, her advisors understood their role clearly. They could advise, argue, and warn, but once a decision was made, obedience followed. Elizabeth did not govern by silencing counsel, nor by surrendering to it. She governed by managing it. Informal consultation, selective discussion, and personal trust were not signs of weakness, but tools that allowed her to maintain control in a complex political world. The balance she struck between listening and ruling was not accidental. It was central to how her government functioned and to how she maintained authority throughout her long reign. Both Mary and Elizabeth often preferred something quieter and more personal than a full Privy Council meeting when they wanted to shape policy. Mary relied on a hand-picked inner circle she trusted, meeting them apart from the official council. What made this kind of setup powerful was that it ran on closeness and confidence, not on formal titles. In fact, even the people who mattered most in these private discussions were not always members of the Privy Council at all, which shows how much personal access could outweigh official rank. This approach was not unique to queens. Earlier in the century, Henry VIII also leaned heavily on a shifting set of companions and senior figures who stayed close to him, especially when the issues were delicate. At times, the most important decisions were talked through privately with just one key advisor, rather than being aired in a full meeting. That kind of private talk had a clear advantage. It let a monarch test risky ideas, explore options, and move carefully around topics that could explode if handled openly. Across the Channel, French kings developed similar habits. Small circles of trusted advisors became part of court life, often meeting the king at the beginning of the day and shaping what would later be discussed more widely. Even when later rulers used looser, more improvised gatherings, the goal stayed the same. Hear opinions quickly, keep control of sensitive information, and avoid turning every decision into a public contest. Writers of political guidance in the 16th century also treated these intimate advisory circles as normal and even wise. They described how a ruler might keep a small group of favored, reliable people close at hand, using them as a first filter for major decisions. The logic was simple. A few well-chosen voices could reach clarity faster than a crowded room, and secrecy mattered when the stakes were high. In that sense, Elizabeth's habit of private discussion looks less like a dramatic attempt to push the council aside and more like a practical method that many rulers used because it worked. In the later part of Elizabeth's reign, the political landscape shifted, and so did the pressures on government. The earlier decades had been dominated by arguments over marriage, succession, and the threat of Catholic plots. As time passed, war with Spain became the heavy, constant burden, and domestic problems grew sharper too, especially hunger, unemployment, wandering poverty, and crime during years of bad harvests. At the same time, many of the famous older figures who had anchored her government died one after another. Even when new men rose, there was a noticeable gap between generations, and promotions could be surprising because Elizabeth was slow to replace familiar faces. The small council that remained had a punishing workload. War demanded money, orders, supplies, transport, and constant coordination with commanders. Trouble in Ireland added more strain. Meanwhile, the everyday problems of governing did not stop. Keeping the peace, managing local officials, handling complaints, supporting the poor, and dealing with emergencies when food was scarce. People also kept bringing disputes and requests directly to the council, and the volume became so overwhelming that councillors tried to push cases elsewhere just to keep functioning. Some members attended relentlessly and carried a huge share of the burden. But there were still limits. England did not have the deep resources, professional armies, or vast administrative machinery that some larger European powers could draw on. So the strain showed more clearly when crises piled up. Some historians describe these final years as more hard-edged, with stricter punishment for dissent and a stronger emphasis on royal authority. There were certainly harsh responses to unrest and stronger pressure for religious conformity, and officials often defended property and order aggressively when scarcity and fear rose. Yet it is not a simple story of a government becoming a single-minded machine. Disagreements still existed inside the leadership, sometimes flaring when key figures were absent or when religious and foreign policy questions collided. And even if the council took on more day-to-day direction in wartime administration, that does not automatically mean the Queen's earlier habits disappeared. She still had surviving veterans she trusted, and long practice does not vanish overnight just because the cast changes. What becomes especially important is this. Politics at Elizabeth's court cannot be understood as a neat contest between a formal council and a separate court world. The two overlapped constantly. Influence often came from closeness to the Queen rather than from the label of an office. Many leading councillors also held household roles that placed them near her, blurring any clean line between official government and personal access. Decisions were often shaped through private conversations, quick meetings, and informal networks. Information moved beyond any single room because advisors talked to colleagues, allies, relatives, and friends. And women at court could also play an active role in spreading views and shaping diplomatic talk. There was also a long-running claim that councillors used secondary figures to steer debates in Parliament and in print, creating pressure campaigns to push Elizabeth into decisions. But closer study of key moments suggests the reality was messier. Members of Parliament often acted from their own shared anxieties rather than as puppets on strings, and some loud voices in print appear to have acted independently, driven by conviction and fear for the future rather than by a secret sponsor. They may have gained access to insider material through personal contacts, but that is not the same thing as being directed from above. So the big picture is more balanced than the old story that makes the Privy Council the single engine of Tudor government. The council mattered enormously for running the realm, passing on orders, coordinating across the counties, maintaining security, handling emergencies, and keeping the machinery moving in a country that relied heavily on local officials. Yet, when it came to the most sensitive works of advice and decision, the evidence points again and again to a different reality. For much of the reign, policy was often shaped through trusted individuals and small circles working close to the Queen, not through formal meetings as an institution. Compared with sprawling systems abroad that divided government into many specialized councils, England's smaller structure could sometimes be quicker and more flexible. It had weaknesses, but it also shows a hard truth of power in that age. Often, fewer voices, chosen well and spoken to privately, could move a kingdom faster than any impressive-looking committee. Elizabeth did not always treat the Privy Council as the one official room where big decisions had to be made. When an issue was delicate, urgent, or politically explosive, she often preferred a quieter method. A private conversation, a small gathering, or a quick round of one-to-one consultations with people she trusted. In that, she followed a pattern that had already been visible under Mary I. Mary also relied on a personally chosen circle to talk through policy away from formal council sessions. The key point is that this inner circle was built on trust and closeness, not on bureaucracy. Mary's most influential advisor, Cardinal Pole, held enormous weight in these discussions, even though he was not part of the Privy Council itself. That fact alone shows how power in Tudor politics often depended less on official membership and more on access. This style of decision-making was not limited to queens. Earlier in the century, Henry VIII used the same kind of flexible arrangement, especially in the years after Thomas Wolsey fell from power and before the Privy Council became a more settled institution. When Henry faced major problems, he frequently turned to a select group of nobles and senior figures who remained close to him in daily life. The names changed, the lineup shifted, and the size of the circle varied. But the habit remained. At times, policy was shaped as much through private talks between the king and a single powerful advisor as through any wider meeting. These intimate discussions were useful for one main reason. They allowed a ruler to test ideas that could not safely be spoken aloud in a crowded forum. A sensitive matter such as a royal divorce demanded secrecy, careful timing, and control of information. Private counseling offered exactly that. France provides another strong comparison. There, a small band of trusted advisors developed into an accepted part of royal government. Diplomatic observers described how the king could discuss affairs with a few intimate figures at the start of the day, and how this inner circle sometimes became more influential than any larger body. The practice did not appear overnight. It grew out of habits formed under earlier French kings and continued across successive reigns. Even when the king relied on more improvised meetings rather than a stable inner circle, the purpose was similar. A handful of carefully chosen voices could help a monarch take soundings, build confidence, and move toward a decision without exposing every uncertainty to the wider political world. Political thinkers of the 16th century did not treat this as suspicious or improper. On the contrary, many writers presented the idea of a small inner council as a sensible tool of rule. They described a ruler surrounding himself with a trusted few, people bound by loyalty and favor who could speak openly in private before an issue was placed before a broader audience. French political writing echoed the same principle. The argument was practical, not theatrical. A small group could reach conclusions faster, argue more freely, and protect secrets more effectively. That is why it makes sense to see Elizabeth's private counseling not as a dramatic attempt to weaken the Privy Council, but as a method that many rulers used because it was efficient and safe. To understand how all of this worked across Elizabeth's reign, it helps to notice that the tone of politics did not stay the same from beginning to end. For much of her rule, the most dangerous questions circled around marriage, succession, and the threat of Catholic plots. As time went on, the stage shifted. War with Spain became the central burden of government, bringing constant demands for money and organization. Domestic hardship worsened too, as years of poor harvests fed hunger, unemployment, roaming poverty, and rising crime. At the same time, Elizabeth's political world changed as key figures died. Well-known names vanished one after another, and the council that remained began to look older, smaller, and more strained. William Cecil, Lord Burghley, was a towering survivor, still active late into the reign. Yet he increasingly passed responsibility to his son, Robert Cecil. When Robert Cecil entered the Privy Council as a young man, the appointment stood out. Elizabeth wasn't known for rushing to promote the younger generation, especially someone without a long public record. Another young figure, the Earl of Essex, entered the scene soon after and quickly gained prominence. These changes contributed to a sense of generational imbalance. By the 1590s, the council contained very few men who could be called young, and one new rising star could seem like an exception rather than a trend. Many writers have pointed to how the council's size appeared to shrink sharply over time, dropping from a large body at the start of the reign to a much smaller group near the end. Yet the numbers can mislead. Early on, some great nobles were technically members but attended rarely, sometimes hardly at all. Later, many of those men were dead and were not replaced, which reduced the head count but increased the proportion of members who actually did the work. So the council became smaller, but in a sense more concentrated, with a higher share of active participants. The workload, meanwhile, could feel relentless. If meetings became more frequent in the late 1590s, that would fit the pressures of the time. War demanded constant coordination, raising troops, arranging supplies, paying for campaigns, sending instructions, responding to commanders, and coping with Ireland's deepening disorder. When orders met resistance in the counties, local officials often appealed upward, expecting the council to back them and force compliance. Even without war, the council had always been central to the everyday running of the realm. It monitored local governance, dealt with public order, addressed welfare, and tried to keep essential systems functioning. Harvest failures in the 1590s made everything harder. Authorities had to control the movement of grain, prevent panic, and confront the harsh reality that existing support for the poor could not keep pace with need. With prices rising and wages falling, huge numbers of people lived on the edge of survival. The council also acted as a place where difficult disputes could be pushed when they could not be resolved elsewhere. People flooded it with petitions and complaints, hoping the center of power could cut through delays and force action. The volume became so heavy that councillors complained they could not cope and tried to redirect cases to other courts. Their problem was not laziness. Many members worked intensely, showing up regularly and carrying huge burdens, and their authority was strengthened by local networks and county rolls that helped enforce orders. Even so, they were a small group with limited staff. England did not have endless money, and it did not maintain a large, permanent professional army ready to deploy. As fighting moved beyond England's immediate borders, reaching Ireland, the Netherlands, Spain, and the Atlantic routes, planning and transport became harder, and the limits of the system became more visible. Yet despite these constraints, the council managed to keep the state running, and in many ways its performance under pressure is striking. The question of whether the late reign became more authoritarian is complicated. There were severe punishments for unrest, and the government responded hard when it feared disorder during years of hunger and war. Church leadership also pressed for religious conformity, targeting those seen as dangerously non-conforming. Courts and local officials often protected property and enforced order with little sympathy for the poor and unemployed. Legal decisions in the early 1590s strengthened the language of royal authority against ideas that stressed shared governance. Inside the council, debate could sometimes appear more muted, and the greatest figures could act with a confidence that made consultation look less necessary. Yet it is too simple to treat this as a straight line toward tyranny. Fear of rebellion and social collapse during scarcity can produce harsh policies even in a government that is not following a consistent ideological plan. Arguments about shared governance and resistance did not vanish from political thought, and disagreement among leading figures did not disappear either. Tensions remained over religion and foreign policy, and the council did not always speak with one voice. Some disputes were simply hidden from view, especially when major documents have been lost and when private conversations leave fewer records than formal meetings. Because evidence is uneven, historians have debated how far the council began to shape advice and policy more directly in the 1590s. Some argue the council's role expanded as Elizabeth lost close companions and relied more on what remained. Others caution that administrative activity does not automatically prove a change in who truly controlled policy direction. Even in the 1590s, Burghley remained active for much of the decade, and other long-serving figures survived later than is sometimes assumed. It is also hard to believe that Elizabeth suddenly abandoned habits she had practiced for decades, even if the pool of trusted people narrowed. Where the late reign clearly changed, however, was in the rivalry between Robert Cecil and the Earl of Essex. In the early 1590s, the two men competed for standing and influence, and sparks flew around appointments and investigations. Their rivalry reflected not only personality, but different instincts about policy. Essex pushed a militant vision tied to international Protestant causes and the honor culture of aristocratic warfare. Cecil represented a more cautious style that valued administrative skill, measured strategy, and steady royal service. At first, their competition did not automatically create rigid camps. But when Cecil became principal secretary, the balance of power shifted, and Essex's resentment deepened. From that point, the atmosphere grew more poisonous. Essex began to demand open loyalty from courtiers and treated neutrality as betrayal. Yet even this factional struggle was uneven. Cecil did not need to build a loud personal following in the same way. He often strengthened his position by appearing reasonable, maintaining working relations with many people, and letting Essex's volatility push others towards the safer side. Essex's later actions, including his disastrous choices connected to Ireland and his eventual rebellion, destroyed him far more decisively than any hidden plotting against him. All of this leads to a wider point about how Tudor politics actually functioned. Some older interpretations have imagined a clean divide, the Privy Council as the center of power, with the royal household and court pushed into the background. But Elizabeth's way of ruling makes that division look artificial. In practice, the court remained the living heart of politics, because that is where access to the monarch was controlled, where information circulated, and where influence was built. Advisors were chosen primarily because they were trusted and personally close, not simply because they held a formal council seat. Many counselors also held household roles that kept them near Elizabeth, which blurred the line between official government and court life. The most important political guidance often happened through private meetings, informal conversations, and quick exchanges rather than through formal council sessions. Even when a ruler tried to keep a subject tightly contained, debate could spread. Courtiers talked, families exchanged news, allies shared papers. Ideas moved through networks that were impossible to seal completely. Political discussion was not limited to men either. Women at the highest levels could be active participants in diplomatic talk and court gossip, helping shape how proposals and marriages were discussed and understood. There is also the question of parliament and printed debate. Some historians have argued that leading councillors used lesser figures to stir argument in the Commons or in pamphlets, pushing public pressure to force Elizabeth into decisions. The claim paints these speakers and writers as tools, carefully placed and directed from above. Yet, detailed research into particular moments has cast doubt on how controlled these episodes really were. Members of Parliament could act from their own shared anxieties, working alongside councillors because they feared the same dangers, not because they were ordered like pieces on a board. Likewise, outspoken pamphleteers may have drawn on insider material through personal contacts, but that does not prove they were acting as hired mouthpieces. In some cases, the evidence suggests they believed they were fulfilling a duty to warn and advise, even at great personal risk. So the final picture is a balance. The Privy Council was essential to Elizabethan government in practical terms. It carried royal commands into the counties, coordinated policy, handled crises, sustained order, and managed defense and security. Given the limited resources of the state, it often performed these tasks impressively. But its greatest importance may not have been as a single institutional brain, making every major decision in a formal setting. For much of the reign, the most sensitive advice and the shaping of policy flowed through trusted individuals and small private circles working close to the Queen. These men could do so because personal access was power, and formal appointment often followed trust rather than creating it. When you compare England with larger continental powers, the contrast becomes clearer. Some kingdoms built sprawling structures of multiple councils with strict divisions of responsibility. Such systems could look more advanced on paper, but they carried their own burdens: slower procedures, enormous workloads, corrosive rivalries, and heavy dependence on secretaries who controlled the channels of information. In a world like that, the monarch often still had to read and decide endlessly, just to keep the machine moving. England's smaller, more flexible system had fewer layers and fewer specialists, which could be a weakness, but it could also be a strength. In many cases, a compact body working at speed, supported by private access to the ruler, could prove more effective than an impressive empire of paperwork. Sometimes, in the realities of power, less really was more. When we look at the women who served close to Elizabeth in the Privy Chamber, the first problem is simply tracking who they were. A surprising number of women of gentle rank held places there without regular pay or official clothing allowances. Because they did not appear on wage rolls or livery records, their names often vanish from the paperwork that historians normally use. A few lists survive from major ceremonies, like the coronation in January 1559 and the funeral in April 1603, and those lists reveal names that do not show up elsewhere. Outside of those moments, the trail is scattered across letters, grants, and passing references in official documents. Even so, it is clear that some of Elizabeth's closest female attendants came from an inner group that had served her since she was young. Two women stand out as early members of that household circle. One was Elizabeth Fitzgerald, remembered in her own time for beauty and high birth. She came from the powerful Fitzgerald family of Ireland, a house shattered by rebellion and brutal punishment in the 1530s. Several male relatives were executed, and only a handful of children survived the family's collapse. Elizabeth Fitzgerald was brought into Elizabeth's service in the 1540s and remained a familiar face at court for decades. She married into the English aristocracy, first to Sir Anthony Browne and later to Lord Clinton, who rose to high office as a leading naval commander. Through those marriages, she moved through the highest circles, but what mattered most was that she stayed within the Queen's personal orbit until her own death in 1590. Another long-serving figure was Mary Hill, later known to everyone at court as Lady Check. She was the daughter of a royal household officer and married the scholar Sir John Check, a man famous for learning and languages. After his death, she married again, this time to Henry MacWilliam, who soon joined the elite guard at court. Lady Check remained a steady presence for the rest of Elizabeth's reign and lived into the next century, likely the last living link to the household Elizabeth had formed around her in the 1540s. Alongside these early companions, there were other women who held places in the Privy Chamber without the usual formal markers. Some were connected to powerful families or to the Queen's inner network through marriage and kinship. Their shared feature was closeness to the court and long familiarity with the social world that surrounded the monarch. One of the most unusual stories among these women belongs to Helena, who became Marchioness of Northampton. She was born in Sweden to a noble family and arrived in England as a teenage attendant to a visiting Swedish princess in the mid-1560s. A much older English nobleman, William Parr, pursued her intensely and wanted to marry her. She chose to remain in England when the princess left, but the Queen blocked the marriage because Parr's earlier marital history created legal and religious complications. Only after the first wife died could the match finally go ahead, and even then it was short-lived because Parr died within months. Later, Helena married Thomas Gorges, a man serving close to the Queen, but they did it without securing permission first. The result was immediate punishment, removal from court, and trouble for her husband as well. Yet the setback did not last. They returned to favor, raised a large family, and Helena lived an exceptionally long life, surviving well into the 17th century. She even took a leading ceremonial role at Elizabeth's funeral, a sign of the status she ultimately regained. Over the decades, the female staff of the Privy Chamber did not remain fixed. After the initial group in 1559, more women were brought in between 1560 and the early 1600s. Some held senior roles as gentlewomen, others served as chamberers, and their careers show a familiar pattern: long service, careful selection, and family connections that linked them to powerful households. Several began as maids of honor and later rose into more permanent positions. Some married well, others remained unmarried, but in each case their place near the Queen gave them visibility and influence, even when their names are difficult to recover from official records. What ties these appointments together is that personal relationships mattered more than anything else. Kinship with the Queen could help, but just as important was kinship with the Queen's long-established inner circle, the people who had served her for years, along with their spouses, children, and wider family networks. Over time, this created an increasingly tight social web around Elizabeth. As the Queen grew older and became more guarded, access to her often depended on whether a person belonged to that web. Outsiders and newly rising figures found it harder to break in, not simply because of policy, but because court life itself had become an enclosed world shaped by long familiarity and interlocking family ties. Influence also existed beyond the Privy Chamber, in posts that sat just outside the innermost rooms. Some of these offices might look minor on the surface, yet they could still offer regular contact with the court's private spaces. A good example comes from the struggle over who would inherit a household post connected with arranging rooms, maintaining fires, and overseeing court gaming. That job could bring a man into the Privy Chamber late at night, carrying cards and dice and moving through spaces that many outsiders never saw. Even if the officer wasn't always in direct contact with the Queen herself, the position allowed him to interact with those who were closest to her, and that alone could be valuable in the politics of favor. In these outer offices, family influence mattered too, but the connections were often more about inherited court service and long-standing claims to particular posts, rather than closeness to the Queen's personal circle. At the top of the outer household offices were major posts with real authority and patronage power, such as Vice-Chamberlain, Treasurer of the Chamber, and the command roles linked to the Royal Guard. These positions were sometimes held together by the same powerful figure, concentrating access and control. In several cases, the same man could be both a senior household officer and a commander of elite guards, meaning he held formal authority while also standing close to the monarch's daily life. If we look for a role outside the Privy Chamber that could still rival the access of those within it, the strongest candidate is the esquire for the body. This was an old court office that once carried immense importance, and, although its prestige declined over time, it remained tied to intimate service. Men in this role could be near the monarch during private walks, supervise arrangements connected with the royal bed at night, and exercise authority over household order during the evening hours. They also acted as practical intermediaries, handling nighttime needs for food and drink, and managing urgent situations that required the monarch to be disturbed. The record of who held these esquireships under Elizabeth is incomplete and frustrating. A few names can be gathered from household lists, grants, and incidental references, and it is likely more served than the surviving evidence clearly shows. Some left behind almost no trace of what they did at court, while others are known from private correspondence. The pattern of appointments suggests that these posts often went to sons of well-connected families already favored at court, making the role both a mark of status and a channel into the inner environment of royal service. For many, it may have been a respectable position that carried honor and access without demanding constant heavy labor, and it could serve as a stepping stone into other court roles. Finally, there is the question of what the women around Elizabeth actually did with their closeness. For a long time, people repeated the idea that the Queen's ladies were kept away from serious affairs and limited to small favors. That view no longer holds. Detailed studies have shown that at least some of these women played an active part in major patronage, helping clients secure grants and pushing suits through the system. One way to glimpse this is through records that note who physically obtained the Queen's signature on grants. In the late 1580s and 1590s, a noticeable number of such grants were secured through women of the Privy Chamber, though men in the inner household still appear even more frequently. Numbers alone cannot prove the full extent of influence, but they do confirm that these women were not decorative figures. They could act as brokers, messengers, and gatekeepers in a world where a single moment of access could decide a career. A vivid example comes from a case in the spring of 1597. Sir Robert Sidney wanted to be released from a demanding overseas command and hoped to secure a prestigious post at home. A letter meant for the Queen was moving through court hands, and although it first passed to a high-ranking noblewoman, it was Lady Scudamore who ultimately delivered it to Elizabeth. When the Queen received it, she immediately questioned how it had reached her, and Lady Scudamore answered carefully, presenting herself as a simple messenger. Elizabeth then revealed, with a tone of weary irritation, that there was already intense competition over the office Sidney wanted. As the Queen read the letter, Lady Scudamore watched closely, later describing how Elizabeth finished it with a few sharp sounds of displeasure. In a small moment like that, you can see how power worked at court. Not through speeches in a public chamber, but through who could place a letter in the Queen's hand, who could stand close enough to observe her reaction, and who could quietly carry that reaction back into the wider political world. The letter that reached the Queen was, at its core, a warning that the man most likely to receive the post was the wrong choice. Not long afterward, the appointment still went to Henry, Lord Cobham, which makes the Queen's little sounds of irritation during the reading feel easy to interpret. They were not signs of sympathy, but more like doubtful, dismissive reactions, as if she was hearing an argument she did not fully accept or did not care to follow. Yet Lady Scudamore's role as a go-between did not always inspire confidence among the people who tried to use her influence. A few years earlier, in December 1593, a churchman named George Boleyn wrote privately to Gilbert Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, and his comments about her were sharp. He described Lady Scudamore as a relative and a friend, which is important because it shows he was speaking from familiarity rather than from gossip. The message was meant to stay confidential, the kind of letter written to someone trusted, where a writer feels free to be brutally honest. At the time, Shrewsbury and Boleyn were trying to slow down the approval of a lease that church authorities had granted to Sir Thomas Stanhope, a man Shrewsbury considered an enemy. The problem was that the deal seemed to have strong backing at court, possibly even the Queen's favor. Shrewsbury hoped to warn Elizabeth that the lease would damage his interests and also hurt the diocese itself. He attempted to send that warning through Lady Scudamore, expecting her to bring the matter before the Queen. But days passed, and nothing came back. No sign, no answer, no hint that the message had been taken seriously. Boleyn's reply explained why. In his view, Lady Scudamore had a habit of missing opportunities because she moved too slowly. She was the sort of person who let the right moment slip by and then had to wait for a better opening, like someone standing at the shore watching the tide go out, hoping the next one will come soon enough. After laying out the details of the dispute, he returned to the practical question. How could their letters actually reach Elizabeth? He admitted that the Lord Chamberlain would not deliver them, and then he turned again to Lady Scudamore with open doubt. Her words, he said, were pleasant and polished, but her reliability was another matter. He warned Shrewsbury to treat her as uncertain, speaking as someone who claimed to have learned this through experience. His caution went beyond simple frustration. He feared that if Lady Scudamore felt offended, she might react in a way that caused harm rather than help. He suggested that a woman, once angered, could become a dangerous obstacle, capable of doing more damage in resentment than benefit in goodwill. For that reason, he urged Shrewsbury to keep the criticism tightly contained and, above all, to make sure the Countess did not hear a whisper of it. Because, as he implied with a cynical edge, once one woman knows, it can quickly become two, and then the court will know. In the 16th century, political thought was deeply shaped by ideas about the human body. Power was not imagined as an abstract system or a set of institutions, but as something living, physical, and organic. People believed they belonged to a single political body in which ruler and subjects were inseparably joined. The monarch was seen as the head, the people as the limbs, and together they formed a complete and living whole. This way of thinking was not symbolic in a loose sense. It was taken literally and seriously. Order, health, and stability in the realm depended on the condition of the ruler's body, because that body was believed to carry the life of the entire community. Within this mindset, the monarch's body took on an almost sacred quality. The ruler was not merely a person who governed, but a physical representation of the realm itself. When contemporaries spoke of harming a king, they meant something far more extreme than removing a political leader. Killing a monarch was understood as destroying the kingdom as a living entity. This belief explains why regicide was regarded as a crime against the entire political order, not simply against an individual. The king's strength, virtue, and vitality were thought to nourish the land and its people, just as a healthy body sustains its members. These ideas became even more intense during the religious divisions of the 16th century. As Europe fractured into Protestant and Catholic camps, rulers were increasingly expected to guarantee not only political order, but also religious unity. In a world that struggled to tolerate confessional diversity, the religion of the monarch was assumed to be the religion of the state. The ruler's body therefore carried both temporal authority and spiritual responsibility. If a monarch failed in religious duty, critics could portray that failure as tyranny, and some argued that such a ruler could justly be removed in order to preserve the integrity of the political body. This context made Elizabeth's reign unusually fraught. England's political and religious survival rested on a queen who did not marry and produced no heirs. Even more troubling, for much of her reign, the most obvious successor was her Catholic cousin, Mary of Scotland. To contemporaries, the danger was stark. If Elizabeth died without naming or producing an heir, the crown might pass to a Catholic ruler, or England might collapse into internal conflict. Memories of earlier civil wars remained vivid, and the fear of renewed chaos was widespread. Because the stakes were so high, anxiety over the succession spread far beyond the court. It entered Parliament, circulated in letters, appeared in pamphlets, and was discussed openly among ordinary people. In moments of crisis, Elizabeth herself was accused of failing in her duty by refusing to resolve the issue. Critics framed her silence as unnatural and dangerous, casting her not as a protective parent of the realm, but as a ruler willing to let the country die with her rather than ensure its future. At the heart of the debate were two competing claims. On one side stood Mary of Scotland, whose bloodline connected her directly to the Tudor dynasty, and whose legitimacy could not easily be challenged. Her position was strengthened further when she married and produced a male heir. Yet her candidacy carried heavy political baggage. She was foreign-born, Scottish, Catholic, and widely mistrusted by English Protestants who feared domination by an external power. Opposing her was Catherine Grey, an English noblewoman descended from the Tudor line through a younger branch. She was Protestant, English by birth, and had produced sons, which made her attractive to those desperate for a secure Protestant future. But her claim was undermined by a web of legal and moral doubts. Her family's past rebellion against the crown, combined with questions about the validity of her parents and her own marriages, cast a shadow over her legitimacy. In a society that viewed blood as morally charged, these doubts were deeply damaging. What made the succession debate so transformative was not only the rivalry between these women, but the legal strategies developed to support or destroy their claims. Those who wished to exclude Mary of Scotland increasingly turned to the idea of foreignness as a legal barrier. This was not an obvious or traditional argument. In dynastic politics, blood usually outweighed birthplace. Yet Protestant writers and lawyers began to argue that principles used to deny foreigners the right to inherit land in England could also apply to the crown itself. This was a radical move, and one that helped reshape English legal thought. At the same time, these arguments were dangerous. Legal rules that condemned bastardy or questioned legitimacy could easily rebound against Elizabeth herself, whose own status rested on fragile foundations created by her father's marriages. For that reason, appeals to law were both powerful and risky. They could be used to exclude rivals, but they could also destabilize the reigning monarch. As the debate intensified, legal reasoning, religious conviction, gender assumptions, and personal character became tightly intertwined. Arguments about inheritance blurred into judgments about morality, faith, and national loyalty. Over time, these disputes helped harden English attitudes toward common law as the ultimate authority in political questions. They also laid intellectual foundations for later conflicts over sovereignty, parliament, and royal power that would erupt more violently in the following century. In this way, the unresolved succession of Elizabeth's early reign did far more than create uncertainty about the next ruler. It forced English thinkers to confront fundamental questions about law, legitimacy, religion, and authority. The solutions they proposed did not simply address an immediate crisis. They reshaped the language and limits of political thought for generations to come. In the mid-1560s, the argument over who should follow Elizabeth spilled into public print, and two widely read pamphlets capture the sharp, aggressive style of that fight. Both works presented themselves as if the whole nation were a courtroom, and the writer were laying out charges before a judge. That framing mattered, because it shows how the succession question had become more than private counsel at court. It was being treated as a public test of law, loyalty, and the survival of the realm. One pamphlet attacked the Scottish Queen's claim by insisting the issue was simple. By English legal principle, someone born outside the monarch's allegiance could not inherit in England. The writer leaned hard on the idea that England should be ruled by its own laws alone, not by foreign legal systems. He portrayed English law as the country's natural shield, something that bound subjects and ruler together and should never be overridden by outside standards. If anyone doubted that this rule could apply to the crown, the author mocked them as ignorant of their own homeland, as though they were strangers in the very place they lived. But the pamphlet did not rely on legal logic alone, and that is where its real force lay. The author stretched the word foreigner far beyond birthplace. He played on deep suspicion of Scotland, painting the Scots as permanent enemies by habit and temperament, and he warned that letting a Scottish ruler inherit would turn England into a subordinate province. He argued that even if her children were born in England, their loyalty would never truly be English. To drive the point home, he reached for a historical lesson. Conquerors and their descendants might live in a country for generations, yet still see themselves as outsiders and treat the land as something possessed rather than shared. The message was clear. This was not simply about one woman's claim. It was about an irreversible future in which England would be absorbed and reshaped under foreign direction. To intensify fear, the writer added a religious edge. He used the language of spiritual belonging to suggest that supporters of the Scottish Queen were cut off from the true community, not only politically, but also morally and spiritually. He linked the prospect of her rule to a return of persecution, describing her religion as a path back to violence against the faithful. In this way, legal exclusion, national anxiety, and confessional dread were fused into a single warning. Accepting her would endanger England's faith, independence, and safety all at once. A second pamphlet answered with a different weapon. Instead of pushing the foreigner argument, it tried to destroy the rival Protestant line by making legitimacy the central battlefield. The writer claimed that the competing claim, tied to the Suffolk and Grey family, was rotten at the root because of a marriage he described as invalid from the start. If that marriage was unlawful, then the bloodline flowing from it was tainted, and no amount of later approval could cleanse it. The writer insisted that English law treated this kind of stain as permanent. In his telling, illegitimacy did not merely weaken a claim. It made the claim unfit to touch the crown. This reply did more than argue technicalities. It turned legitimacy into a moral verdict. The pamphlet portrayed the rival claimant's private life as proof of unworthiness, insisting that unlawful unions and doubtful marriages created not only legal obstacles, but also public disgrace. It brought in religious language to reinforce the point, presenting illegitimacy as a kind of exclusion, a mark that separated a person from full membership in a godly community. The writer's tone was calculated to sound patriotic and upright, as though defending England's honor against shameful bloodlines and reckless ambition. The underlying message was ruthless. Even if a rival were close in blood, any hint of tainted descent or improper marriage should disqualify them for the throne. What made this counterattack especially explosive was its wider implication. If the strictest rules about invalid marriages and illegitimate children were applied without restraint, they could damage more than one claimant. They threatened to pull the entire Tudor settlement back into question because earlier royal marriages and earlier succession decisions were already controversial. Contemporary readers noticed this danger. Critics accused the pro-Scottish pamphlet of using legal arguments like a blade that would cut through far more than the author admitted, potentially striking at the standing monarch's own security. In other words, the pamphlet war was not just a dispute about rival heirs. It risked undermining the very ground on which obedience to the present ruler rested. Out of this bitter exchange emerged something larger than factional propaganda. The argument forced people to confront a structural problem inside personal monarchy. The realm's safety depended on the fragile body of a single ruler, while the crown was treated as sacred and enduring. If the succession could not be settled cleanly, many feared that the country would slide into armed struggle, like the civil conflicts still remembered from earlier generations. Yet most people could not imagine a world without monarchy. The result was a desperate search for ideas that could keep authority stable, even when the human realities of lineage, marriage, and religion made stability hard to achieve. That search pushed political thinking in new directions. Some writers began to imagine the state as something that could exist beyond the strengths and weaknesses of any single monarch, almost like a constructed body that outlasted the person wearing the crown. Others elevated the role of collective institutions, arguing that the realm's full power did not sit in one individual alone, but in a broader national body that could act in moments of necessity. As these ideas spread, two different visions started to harden. One vision gave extraordinary weight to Parliament as the place where the entire realm was represented and where the highest authority could be expressed through law. In this view, Parliament carried the voice of the whole nation, from ruler to ordinary subject, and what it enacted could define even the most sensitive matters, including succession and legitimacy. The other vision defended the crown by explaining that kingship had a kind of higher, enduring capacity that did not die, weaken, or become defective the way a human body did. This idea helped people claim that the authority of the crown could cleanse or override personal flaws, whether those flaws were youth, age, gender, or disputed lineage. It also supported the belief that succession should follow blood right, because the crown itself transformed the person who received it into the living head of an immortal political body. These competing ways of thinking did not remain confined to one crisis. They shaped later disputes about whether the monarch alone embodied the nation, or whether the nation also existed through collective representation. They influenced arguments about how far royal power could reach, what limits might restrain it, and what should happen if a ruler became destructive to the common good. The pamphlet battle of 1565 was therefore not just a quarrel about two women's claims. It was a turning point in how people learned to argue about law, loyalty, religion, and the nature of the state itself, using the succession crisis as the pressure that forced new political language into life. In late 1584, a German nobleman named Luitpold von Wedel arrived in London after traveling widely across Europe. He stayed for months, moving through England and Scotland, and one moment stood out for him above the rest: the day Elizabeth I opened Parliament. What he saw began outside, in the streets near Westminster. The city was turned into a stage for authority. A long procession formed between Whitehall and Westminster, packed with knights, nobles, officials, guards, heralds, trumpeters, and servants, all dressed to be noticed. At the heart of it was the Queen. She appeared in full ceremonial splendor, crowned and wrapped in rich red robes edged with ermine. She traveled in a covered litter decorated with costly fabrics, while royal symbols were carried ahead of her, and guards surrounded her in matching colors. Behind her came a line of elegantly dressed women, riding as part of the spectacle. Wedel also managed to watch the ceremony inside, where the throne stood elevated under a canopy, and the chamber's layout announced hierarchy at a glance. Important officers sat on large padded seats. The leading men of church and nobility took their places around them, and the whole scene communicated a single message. This was the realm gathered in visible form. Wedel noticed something else, too. The Queen appeared for the ceremonial beginning and the ceremonial end, but not for the long stretch of daily business in between. That detail matters, because it captures how Parliament worked in Elizabeth's England. It was not a permanent institution constantly directing government. It met only when the Crown called it. It sat for short periods, and then it vanished again for years. Elizabeth ruled for decades, yet parliaments were relatively few. Sessions were brief, and long gaps were normal, especially earlier in her reign. Most everyday ruling happened through the Crown, the Council, courts, and local officials, not through a legislature in continuous operation. So why summon Parliament at all? The simplest answer is money. War, defense, and crisis demanded funding beyond ordinary income. The Crown had revenue from customs and lands, but extraordinary needs pushed rulers toward parliamentary taxation. Different types of levies existed, and some had become less effective over time because their values were frozen while prices rose. Other taxes brought in more, but depended on assessments that could be manipulated, ignored, or deliberately understated by the wealthy. Clergy taxation followed its own track through church assemblies, adding money but never matching what could be raised from the wider population. Parliament was also essential for law. Royal orders could be issued, but a statute carried a different weight. When a measure passed both houses and received royal approval, it became part of the strongest legal framework the realm possessed. Over Elizabeth's reign, hundreds of statutes were enacted, and many more proposals collapsed somewhere along the way. Some died because there was no time. Others failed because one house resisted. A number made it through both houses only to be refused at the end, when the Queen or her ministers judged them unacceptable. That final refusal was a reminder that the Crown remained at the center of the system even when debate was lively. Because Parliament could grant money and shape law, many contemporaries spoke of it as carrying the highest authority in the land. They described it as representing the entire realm, not in a modern democratic sense, but as a gathering where the kingdom's major interests were present. Peers and bishops sat by right, while the Commons was filled through local selection and occasional elections. Members did not operate like modern representatives who must constantly report back to voters. Many saw themselves as chosen men trusted to act for their communities, not as delegates bound by instructions. And these were not detached theorists. The same men who debated in Westminster were also the ones who ran counties and towns at home, serving as magistrates, sheriffs, deputies, churchmen, lawyers, merchants, scholars, and landowners. When Parliament was called, the political class was physically concentrated in one place. That concentration made Parliament useful, but it also made it unpredictable. Once the Crown asked for subsidies, members often used the moment to raise complaints, argue about policy, and warn about consequences. As taxation rose in the later years of the reign, anxiety grew about the pressure on ordinary people. Members spoke about poverty, hardship, and the danger of unrest, and these concerns helped drive efforts to improve relief and regulation. By the last years of Elizabeth's rule, parliaments met more frequently because the international situation had deteriorated and expensive conflicts demanded repeated grants. In those late sessions, multiple subsidies became normal rather than exceptional, and the country entered a period of unusually heavy taxation approved through Parliament. If you want to understand what Parliament actually did day by day, imagine a typical sitting. Bills arrived, were read, and either advanced or stalled. Some were introduced and died quickly. Others were revised, reshaped, and pushed through committees before returning for further readings. Measures moved back and forth between the Lords and the Commons, sometimes changing form as they went. Topics could be huge, like national security or religious rules, but they could also be intensely local. Disputes over land, regulation of trade, treatment of vagrancy, coinage, and dozens of practical problems that affected daily life. The process could look messy, even chaotic. Yet it was one of the few moments when the kingdom's lawmakers were gathered in one place, turning grievances into proposals and proposals into enforceable rules. So Weddell's story is more than travel writing. It gives a snapshot of the Elizabethan state at work. Outside, power was theater, robes, regalia, guards, and ritual. Inside, power became procedure, readings, committees, bargaining, vetoes, and compromise. And between the opening display and the closing ceremony, the real work happened out of the public eye, carried by men who would soon return to their counties and continue governing until the Crown called them back again. Imagine Parliament in Elizabeth's England not as a calm, modern legislature, but as a crowded arena where fear, ambition, faith, and money collided in public view. On one spring day in 1572, the Commons handled its usual flood of legal business, but politics broke through the paperwork. A member named Arthur Hall was dragged before the House and accused of multiple offenses. His real crime was simpler than any long list. He had recently spoken in a way that sounded sympathetic to Mary, Queen of Scots, and to the Duke of Norfolk. That was a dangerous tone at a dangerous moment. The country had just been shaken by a plot linked to Norfolk, built around freeing Mary and tying her to English power through marriage. The Queen's safety and the fear of foreign-backed invasion hung over everything, and that fear was one of the main reasons Parliament had been called in the first place. Across Westminster, arguments hardened into a brutal choice. Many members wanted the government to move from suspicion to punishment. They pressed for decisive action against the chief figures at the center of the threat. Some demanded execution. Others framed it as a choice between a blade and a law that would remove Mary permanently from the line of succession. Yet when the moment came, the Queen refused to approve the measure aimed at Mary. The anger inside Parliament was real, and it did not come only from hot-headed backbenchers. Even the Queen's most important ministers felt the frustration, because they had tried to steer Parliament into doing what private persuasion had failed to achieve. In the end, they may have helped push one outcome through, because Norfolk was executed not long after. That episode shows something essential about Elizabeth's parliaments. They were not permanent engines of government, and they did not run the realm day by day, but they could become a pressure chamber when the stakes were high. Ministers sometimes used Parliament to build momentum, to turn a policy demand into a national chorus, and to corner the Queen with the appearance of collective urgency. It did not always work, but the attempt itself reveals that Parliament mattered as a political stage, not only as a law factory. This has been argued about for decades. Some historians have treated moments like 1572 as proof that Parliament could shape the direction of national policy. Others have insisted that the Crown and Council remained dominant, and that Parliament was often pulled into drama only because senior figures wanted it there. A balanced view is simpler. Parliament could be weak in routine governance and still powerful as a forum where the country's leadership class tested arguments, signaled public mood, and forced issues into the open. Even when a bill failed, the debate could shift what people considered acceptable, urgent, or inevitable. You can see that more clearly later in the reign. When threats intensified and plots returned, Parliament became a place where the fate of Mary, Queen of Scots, was discussed again with even more heat. In other years, different flashpoints erupted. One of the biggest was anger over monopolies, the Crown's practice of granting exclusive rights that could raise prices and enrich favorites. The complaints were loud enough that the Queen and her ministers had to manage the backlash, especially near the end of her rule. Religion produced its own storms. In Parliament, you could hear the sharp edge of Puritan criticism, not only aimed at old Catholic traces, but also at bishops and church courts. These reformers did not always win laws, yet they often succeeded in something else. They forced debates that spread beyond Westminster into counties and towns, where local leaders carried the arguments home. For many members, success was not only passing an act. Success could mean putting a grievance on record, rallying allies, and shaping how the political nation talked about church and authority. Personal diaries from members show how emotional and divided this environment could be. Some writers describe fierce loyalty to reformist speakers and open contempt for those defending bishops. They record groans, interruptions, laughter, and the way the House could turn on a man mid-speech. They also reveal a constant anxiety about information leaking. Many members accepted that strangers in London might gossip about what they heard, but they feared something else more. The Queen hearing early rumors about bills before the Commons had even shaped them. Some members believed the House needed space to argue freely because it understood local burdens better than the court ever could. And it all happened inside rooms that shaped behavior as much as rules did. The Commons met in a former chapel that was too small for the swelling number of members. Hundreds of men squeezed onto benches, jostling for space, sometimes told to remove spurs and weapons to prevent injuries in the crush. The layout forced members to face one another, turning every debate into confrontation as much as discussion. The building also created new habits. A doorway could be used to separate voters during a count, while the area outside the chamber became a lively meeting zone where people tried to catch members as they entered or left. Politics did not stop at the door. It spilled into corridors and gathering spaces where persuasion and pressure worked in whispers and hurried conversations. The Lords, by contrast, met in a room that felt less chaotic. Fewer members meant more space, more comfort, and a setting built to display hierarchy. Yet both houses, in different ways, became theaters of power. The opening and closing ceremonies framed everything like a performance: formal speeches, ritual exchanges, and the final moment when bills were read out and either approved or refused. In between, the daily rhythm was noisier and more human. Some speeches entertained and stirred the room. Others bored it into restlessness. Members drew on their education, their careers, their local knowledge, and their personal rivalries. Some spoke to flatter those in command. Others spoke to resist them. Words mattered enormously in Elizabethan Parliament. A well-timed speech could change the direction of a debate, delay a bill, or rescue a cause that seemed lost. Everyone knew this, so much so that powerful groups outside Parliament tried to get close to the speakers before a single word was spoken. Some arranged private dinners. Others offered gifts. A few even tried to slip money into the hands of members who might speak for them. Influence was pursued quietly, persistently, and often expensively. Ideas did not move only through speeches. They traveled on paper. Arguments were written out, copied again and again, and passed from hand to hand. These documents were short-lived and practical, designed to be read quickly and used immediately, which is why so few survive today. Yet when local disputes reached Parliament, the paper trail becomes visible. When two rival coastal towns clashed over control of the herring trade, they flooded Westminster with written arguments. Some focused on technical details of fishing. Others laid out legal claims, or retold the history of the conflict in a way that favored one side. Each text was crafted to persuade. One town framed its case as a warning to others. If its traditional rights could be stripped away, then no town was safe. The language of the common good was central. Harm to one port, it argued, would weaken the entire maritime economy. National defense was invoked as well. A prosperous harbor meant ships, sailors, and protection against foreign enemies and pirates. Religious ideas appeared too, praising hard work and discipline while warning that economic damage would bring disorder. These texts were clearly written to be used actively, not only inside committee rooms, but also in corridors, courtyards, and waiting areas where conversations and persuasion never stopped. Financial records from London's trade organizations revealed just how intense this lobbying could become. When competing interests clashed over brewing, barrel making, or pricing, money flowed rapidly. Funds were spent on drafting proposals, obtaining copies of rival bills, identifying committee members, and securing legal advice. Payments went to clerks, messengers, and doorkeepers who controlled access and information. Some organizations paid lawyers to argue their case in speech. Others paid servants close to powerful figures to secure advance notice of threats. This was politics conducted through wallets as much as words. Certain speeches escaped the walls of Parliament altogether. Royal speeches were copied, edited, and sometimes printed. Laws themselves were also made public through print. Many included explanations written in plain language to justify why they existed. Some were posted openly so ordinary people could see what had been decided. In this way, Parliament quietly shaped public awareness long before newspapers became common. Elizabethans understood Parliament as something familiar, even if it did not meet often. It appeared in plays, jokes, and casual references on stage. Audiences knew that Parliament was where succession was settled, laws were made, and great disputes were aired. They understood that a wise ruler worked with Parliament, not around it, and that calling it in a moment of crisis was a sign of strength rather than weakness. In practice, Parliament was many things at once. It was ceremony and performance. It was argument and negotiation. It approved taxes, shaped laws, aired grievances, and tested ideas. It was a place where agreement could be built, or where divisions became painfully clear. Its influence spread outward, reflected in councils, local courts, parish meetings, and even small communities drawing up their own rules in times of hardship, borrowing the language and logic of national assemblies. For many people, Parliament felt ancient, rooted in traditions older than the current dynasty. Its authority rested not just on law, but on memory, habit, and precedent. This sense of depth mattered deeply in moments of fear. That fear haunted the Queen's most trusted advisor. He quietly asked himself a terrifying question. What if Elizabeth were killed? Without a clear successor, who would decide the future of the realm? Emergency meetings could be held. The council could act temporarily. But in the end, he believed only one institution could secure stability. Only Parliament, gathering the political nation together, could give legitimacy to whatever came next and protect the kingdom from collapse. If you want to understand how Tudor England actually worked, you can't only stare at the royal court and its paperwork. For a long time, that's where historians looked first. A famous mid-20th century approach focused heavily on the machinery at the center: the crown, the council, the secretaries, the seals, the church, and Parliament. Local government, by comparison, was treated almost as an afterthought, not because it was unimportant, but because it was harder to study. For decades, there simply wasn't enough detailed research to show how royal commands traveled outward, how towns and counties solved problems day by day, and how local routines changed over time. That picture began to shift when historians started asking different questions, not just what laws existed, but how people experienced them, who enforced policy in the countryside, how ordinary subjects responded, whether they cooperated, negotiated, resisted, or stayed quietly out of sight. As local archives became easier to access and record-keeping was examined more deeply, provincial England stopped looking like a distant audience watching Westminster's drama. It began to look like a partner in government, sometimes willing, sometimes reluctant, and sometimes dangerously unpredictable. Because even when policy was shaped in the palaces of power, it only became real if local society helped carry it out. The Crown worked hard to keep that relationship alive. It used ceremony to stage authority. It used print to spread messages. It used preaching to shape loyalty and obedience. When the conversation between the center and the regions broke down, the results could be explosive. Many places had a tradition of collective protest, and earlier Tudor rulers had faced major upheavals. Compared with those storms, Elizabeth's reign was calmer. There were moments of danger, but widespread rebellion was rarer, and large-scale violence was exceptional even during the harsh shortages at the end of the century. One reason was the role played by local governors who acted like mediators, translating royal demands into local reality. Another was the gradual development of organized help for the poor, first tested in particular towns, and then turned into broader national practice, which helped reduce desperation and keep order. But the story becomes bigger when you stop thinking only about England. From the reign of Henry VIII onward, rulers in London pushed claims over Ireland, while Wales was drawn more tightly into the English state. Elizabeth and her ministers often imagined these territories as parts of a single political body, joined in the person of the monarch. That did not mean governance worked the same everywhere. Similar methods could lead to completely different outcomes. Trying to push Protestant reform into Ireland, for example, provoked deep resistance and often open conflict. Scotland remained separate, but it was never distant. The border, the links to Ulster, and the growing likelihood that a Scottish king might one day inherit the English throne pulled Scotland constantly into English strategy. If you want to understand Tudor state-building properly, you have to see the English regions alongside the wider archipelago that people were increasingly thinking of as Britain. From a European viewpoint, Elizabeth's realm could look unusually unified. England did not have the same kind of regional assemblies that limited royal power elsewhere. It also did not have the same huge resources of money and manpower. Yet inside her own kingdom, the Queen's sovereignty was not in doubt. Most people spoke one language, with accents and local variations, but still broadly understandable. Print helped standardize speech and spread shared assumptions. There was also a powerful sense of historical depth, an old monarchy, ancient roads, old towns, and a strong belief in England's past. After the break with Rome, the drive toward tighter central authority grew stronger, and by the time Elizabeth took the throne, the idea that royal authority should reach everywhere had become a basic expectation. Even so, her dominions were not uniform. Different areas were governed through different arrangements. Some regions relied on special councils and commissions. Great estates and long-standing legal privileges shaped power in certain places. Wales had its own administrative framework and its own cultural life, with Welsh language and customs dominating everyday experience. In parts of Cornwall, a distinct language and identity survived, though under pressure. Offshore, there were territories with their own traditions of law and speech. This variety mattered, because it meant that the Queen's rule did not feel identical everywhere, even if the Crown insisted that all authority ultimately flowed from the monarch. Over the course of Elizabeth's reign, the pull of the center grew stronger. London and the royal court became increasingly dominant in culture and politics. The connections between Westminster and the counties intensified, helped by expanding political participation in some places and by the steady growth of print. At the same time, foreign threats and religious conflict reshaped identity. As the regime survived conspiracies and invasion scares, Englishness became more tightly fused with Protestantism, and that had serious consequences for the future of the islands. War pushed state power into more visible forms. Commitment to fighting abroad and defending the coast encouraged a more organized military posture at home. Local command structures were tightened. Muster systems became more regular. Defenses were improved. Communication between the center and the shires became more constant, more urgent, and more demanding. Yet all of this had costs. Those who did not fit comfortably inside the emerging religious and political settlement could feel excluded, whether Catholic or radical Protestant. Some regions were accepted into the wider state on unequal terms. Local cultures could weaken as the capital's influence grew. And perhaps most dangerously, the social balance inside counties could shift. When gentry families spent more time chasing opportunity near the court and less time rooted in local society, resentment could grow below them. In the late 1590s, fear of unrest was real. Hunger, poverty, and anger at enclosure and exploitation created a volatile mix. In some places, the targets were no longer royal officials but landlords themselves. So the heart of Tudor government was not just the machinery at the center, it was the relationship between the center and the localities. Royal authority depended on local cooperation, local prestige, local fear, and local trust. When those bonds held, the realm looked stable. When they weakened, even a powerful monarchy could feel exposed. Even late in Elizabeth's reign, parts of the far north felt less like settled counties and more like a rough frontier. In places like Tynedale and Redesdale, everyday security was fragile. Raiding across the English-Scottish boundary never fully stopped. Families on both sides carried out livestock theft, violent reprisals, and quick strikes that vanished back into the hills. Court records show many cases, but they only hint at the real scale because most thefts and assaults were never reported or never reached trial. Border justice was also unusual. Instead of clear-written rules applied consistently, much of it ran on custom, and that gave local officials wide freedom to decide what counted as lawful punishment. By the start of the 17th century, the problem had become so serious that lawmakers felt forced to act. Kidnapping for ransom was spreading in the border counties, draining communities of money, weakening local defenses, and leaving some settlements half abandoned. The language used to describe the crisis was bleak. People were being ruined, the border service was decaying, and whole areas were slipping into emptiness. It was a reminder that England's strong state had limits, and that the far north could resist neat control far longer than the lowlands. Government in these northern regions also looked messy compared with the tighter routines of the south. The border was divided into military zones, each with its own commander. Certain places kept older privileges and special legal identities. Durham, for example, still carried the shape of a separate jurisdiction under its bishop. Lancashire had its own status in more than one sense, tied both to Palatine tradition and to a royal duchy with its own administrative habits. Even the reach of regional authorities could be uneven, depending on the issue and the location. In practice, power was shared, layered, and sometimes competing. To manage the north more cheaply and more effectively, the crown leaned on a regional council that drew heavily from the local nobility. The idea was simple: bring powerful northern families into the system, reward ambition with office, and turn their influence into support for royal policy. It saved money and gave the local elite a reason to compete for royal favor rather than rebel against it. But it also carried an obvious risk. When great lords turned against the regime, they did not do so as outsiders. Some of them were already part of the governing structure. The major rising of 1569 exposed exactly how dangerous that could be. After that crisis, the crown pushed for firmer control. A new leading figure took charge of the northern administration and stayed in place for decades, acting almost like a permanent royal representative. Under his leadership, the region saw more consistent justice, stronger policing, and harder pressure on religious non-conformity. His approach left fewer safe middle positions. People who had tried to keep quiet or blend in were increasingly pushed to make a clear choice: public conformity or open refusal. Over time, and especially as the possibility of a future union with Scotland grew, the temperature of the borderlands began to cool. The old patterns of constant cross-border hostility did not vanish overnight, but the direction of travel changed. Wales was governed through a different kind of regional authority. Its council had deep roots and was later reshaped into a powerful instrument for maintaining order, handling disputes, and enforcing policy across both Wales and several neighboring English counties. It pursued violence, intimidation, and local disorder with broad powers, and it could also handle civil cases and investigate land conflicts. It acted like a heavy administrative hand in a region where language, custom, and local practice did not always match English assumptions. Yet Wales did not respond to Tudor expansion the way Ireland did, and the reasons go beyond institutions. One key difference was a language policy. In Wales, the regime made space for the Welsh language inside church life. Religious texts were made available in Welsh, placed alongside English in parish settings, and that mattered. It meant Welsh culture could survive within public devotion rather than being treated as a threat to be crushed. Welsh Protestant writers could even present their faith as deeply British and ancient, not a foreign import. The result was not just religious communication, it was cultural legitimacy. Another crucial factor was the Welsh gentry. Integration offered them opportunities, representation, legal protection for land, access to office, and routes into national life through education and training in law. Many families invested in those pathways. Some adopted English manners and speech quickly, sometimes awkwardly, and critics mocked them for it. But the broader trend was clear. A large part of the Welsh elite saw advantage in joining the system rather than standing outside it. At the same time, England itself was being rediscovered and reimagined through local history, surveys, and the growing habit of documenting the country in detail. The relationship between the center and the regions became easier to study because more evidence survived. Parish accounts, borough spending records, correspondence, court papers, and local reports. This helped historians see not only what the government ordered, but how communities reacted and how power actually moved across the land. Counties mattered more than ever. Justice, taxation, and military organization often ran through county structures. Members sent to Parliament carried local pressures with them, and many communities expected practical returns for the expense of sending a representative. A harbor wall, unemployed workers, or a local industry in trouble could be as urgent as questions of war and succession. In some places, arguments that had already been fought out locally were carried to Westminster for a final decision. Politics did not begin at the capital. It often arrived there already formed. Meanwhile, the language of national identity was hardening. In moments of panic, plots, invasion fears, threats from abroad, leaders increasingly blended the nation with the Protestant cause. Those messages traveled back into the counties through sermons, print, and the stories carried home by those who had been at Westminster. Public celebrations grew around that identity, with bonfires, feasts, and bells turning loyalty into a visible ritual repeated year after year. The Theatre of London also echoed these themes, staging stories about monarchy, legitimacy, and patriotism that audiences could connect to their own anxieties. This was also the age when England became more knowable on paper. Map-making and surveying surged. County maps, regional descriptions, and detailed local studies created a new mental picture of the realm, its roads, towns, borders, and resources. Powerful ministers collected maps not as decorations, but as tools to think about defense, administration, and religious reliability in different districts. Even art absorbed this way of seeing. Images of the Queen could place her above the landscape itself, presenting her rule as something that literally covered the country. And there was another method of binding the center to the provinces: the royal progress. Elizabeth traveled repeatedly, visiting towns, noble houses, and major institutions, turning her presence into a moving display of power. These journeys were expensive and sometimes irritated her ministers, who worried about wasted time and spiraling costs. But they mattered politically. They allowed subjects to see their ruler, they allowed the ruler to be seen, and they turned loyalty into a public performance. They also created space for quiet negotiation and practical business behind the pageantry. By encouraging shared worship and outward unity, Elizabeth's religious policy helped calm many of the tensions that had been pulling communities apart. Parish life settled into a steady routine again. Church services followed familiar patterns, and the parish church returned to being a predictable center of local life rather than a battleground of belief. For much of her reign, England was also spared the heavy burden of large-scale war. This mattered more than it might seem. Without constant military emergencies, the Crown did not need to squeeze the population with repeated demands for money or compulsory loans. This breathing space allowed the government to refocus on ideas about social responsibility and public welfare that had been discussed earlier in the century but never fully developed. The emphasis shifted toward stability, order, and cooperation rather than constant crisis management. At the same time, political participation widened. The National Assembly grew larger, and local administration became more organized and professional. More landowners and local leaders were drawn into official roles, acting as magistrates, administrators, and intermediaries between the Crown and ordinary people. This steady expansion tied the interests of the governing class more closely to the survival of the monarchy and the well-being of the country as a whole. Public loyalty became something visible and shared. Every year, Elizabeth's accession was marked by celebration across England and Wales. Town centers and village greens filled with crowds. Church bells rang. Special prayers were offered for the Queen. Royal symbols appeared in churches, carved into wood or set into colored glass. These rituals turned allegiance into a communal experience, repeated year after year until it felt natural and unquestioned. Even as economic pressure and social anxiety began to rise again toward the end of the reign, the old Tudor bond between the Crown and the local elite remained strong. Government still depended on cooperation rather than force, and for most people, that system seemed to work. When Elizabeth died and her successor was proclaimed in 1603, the crowds that gathered to celebrate the new king did so with confidence rather than fear. Few could imagine that the relationship between rulers and the country they governed would soon begin to fracture, or that those cracks would one day lead to consequences far darker than anything they had yet experienced. Elizabeth's reign sits at a turning point in the long story of the English parish. It marks a moment when older medieval patterns began to give way to systems that would shape local life for centuries to come. Looking back, this period feels like a crossroads where decline and growth happened at the same time, often within the same village. On one side, Many long-standing features of parish life were stripped away. Religious reform swept out chantries, guilds, saints' chapels, and much of the charitable and social world that had once surrounded them. Property that had supported prayers, festivals, and local aid was taken over by the crown. Informal networks that had given people a role in parish affairs quietly disappeared. Women, in particular, lost many of the organizational spaces they had once occupied, while poorer householders found fewer paths into public responsibility. Parish life became narrower, more controlled, and less festive. Yet at the same time, new duties were quietly added. Villages now had to maintain roads, supply weapons, and organize defense. Officers who once answered to local lords increasingly worked on behalf of royal justice. Constables became the everyday agents of government, chasing vagrants, collecting taxes, enforcing discipline, and managing militia obligations. The parish did not shrink into irrelevance. Instead, it was reshaped into something more practical, more regulated, and more closely tied to the priorities of the crown. Charity also changed form. Instead of a wide range of informal giving tied to religion and custom, new endowments appeared with clearer rules and moral expectations. Help was increasingly reserved for those judged respectable, settled, and compliant. These funds needed trustees, administrators, and local managers, drawing the wealthier and more reliable men of the parish into new roles. Relief became organized, supervised, and conditional. Despite this shift, the parish did not operate alone. In many regions, older systems of local justice remained powerful. Manorial courts continued to regulate behavior, settle disputes, and police everyday life, especially in the north and west. Geography mattered. Where parishes were vast and scattered, they were simply too large to function as a single administrative unit. In such places, smaller and older structures remained more practical and more familiar. Distance from London also meant that local courts felt closer, cheaper, and more responsive than royal justice. As a result, England developed unevenly. In some areas, parish authority expanded rapidly. In others, manorial power held its ground well into Elizabeth's reign. Local governance became a patchwork shaped by landholding, population density, and long-standing custom. There was no single national pattern, only overlapping systems adjusting to pressure from above. What ultimately pushed the parish to the forefront was the growing crisis of poverty. Rising population, unstable employment, and fear of disorder forced the government to act. Responsibility for identifying the needy and dealing with vagrancy increasingly fell on local communities. Parish officers were expected to decide who deserved help and who deserved punishment. Relief and discipline became two sides of the same system. At first, these arrangements relied heavily on encouragement rather than force. Local magistrates were meant to oversee the process and ensure compliance. Over time, this was no longer enough. New officials were created to manage compulsory contributions and distribute aid. The parish became the engine of enforcement, while higher authorities watched from above. This balance allowed the system to function without creating an expensive bureaucracy. By the end of Elizabeth's reign, the parish had become something new. It was no longer just a religious community or a place of worship. It was a working part of government, responsible for welfare, order, and obedience. Yet it still drew its strength from local knowledge and local authority. Power flowed both downward from the crown and upward from the community. Many of the ideas that later shaped national policy did not begin in theory, but in practice. They first emerged in England's largest towns, where social pressure was felt most sharply and earliest. Cities like London, Norwich, York, Exeter, and Chester were already experimenting with compulsory local contributions and controlled institutions for discipline by the middle of the 16th century. These places were magnets for migrants, centers of trade, and victims of economic downturns. They were also hit hardest by the loss of older charitable systems, which had once softened hardship. Faced with mounting numbers of poor and unemployed, urban communities acted quickly because they had no alternative. What began in cities did not remain there. In some rural areas, especially large villages and small market towns in the south and east, similar measures appeared earlier than one might expect. Energetic clergy and local leaders encouraged new forms of organized giving. At the same time, older methods of raising parish funds through festive events slowly faded away in many regions. By the late 16th century, these traditions had largely vanished in parts of eastern and southern England, replaced by regular compulsory payments. In contrast, in the north and southwest, voluntary collections and communal festivities lingered well into the next century, even when officials frowned upon them. By the early 17th century, many parishes, especially in the South and Midlands, had developed a full administrative structure. Church officers, road supervisors, constables, and officials responsible for poor relief formed a growing web of authority. In some places, this structure was modest, with a few individuals holding multiple posts year after year. Elsewhere, parish government became crowded with additional roles such as financial auditors and rate assessors, alongside remnants of older offices that had not entirely disappeared. Urban parishes were more complex still. Borough governments overlapped with parish authority. Trade organizations, charitable trusts, ward officials, and civic courts all interacted with parish structures. Power flowed through many channels at once. In rural communities, trustees of local charities often wielded influence because they controlled land or income that supported relief, especially before compulsory rates became widespread. Over time, those who held office regularly tended to form small, stable leadership groups. Around these clusters rotated a much larger population who participated less often or not at all. This pattern was not new. Even before the Reformation, influence had often concentrated in the hands of respected and established figures. What changed was the degree of formality. By the end of the 16th century, parish leadership in many places became less broadly representative and more tightly organized. Most parishes still held at least one general meeting each year, often after Easter. Accounts were presented, officers chosen, and local business discussed. In theory, all householders could attend. In practice, rising population made full participation unrealistic. Gradually, the definition of who truly belonged shifted. Being a resident was no longer enough. Authority increasingly rested with those who owned property, paid rates, and were seen as stable and respectable. Long-term residents with wealth and service behind them came to be viewed as the natural governors of parish life. In some places, this process went further. Parishes created small governing committees that limited decision-making to a fixed number of members. These bodies met frequently, worked closely together, and made choices behind closed doors. In cities, such arrangements were justified as a defense against disorder. Leaders feared that large, restless populations could overwhelm meetings and shift power away from those they considered fit to rule. Restricting authority, they argued, protected stability. and controlled the financial burden of poor relief. In the far north, the same system served a different purpose. Parishes there were vast and scattered. Coordinating taxation and aid across multiple settlements was difficult. Small representative groups drawn from each area allowed administration to function at all. In these regions, restricted councils acted more as coordinating assemblies than as instruments of exclusion. Elsewhere, especially in the south and east, even supposedly open meetings often ceased to represent the whole community. Although no formal barriers existed, participation quietly narrowed. Authority settled into fewer hands as economic inequality grew and assumptions about status hardened. The social makeup of parish rulers therefore varied enormously. In some villages, wealth differences were real but not overwhelming. Authority could still circulate widely. Even servants and cottage dwellers sometimes held office. Positions were often tied to property rather than rank, allowing many households to take turns in responsibility. In towns, social divisions were sharper. Church seating itself reflected status, wealth, and age. Office holding followed similar lines. Senior and prosperous residents occupied the most influential posts, while younger or poorer men filled subordinate roles. Advancement often came with age, experience, and financial standing. Yet even in these structured environments, parish government offered more access to authority than borough government alone, which was usually reserved for a narrow elite. London magnified every trend. Opportunity existed at many levels, from street oversight to parish rolls, guild offices, ward administration, and city governance. But the hierarchy was steep. Most residents never rose far. Office holding was closely tied to wealth, particularly the ability to pay royal taxes. Lower offices were filled by modest householders, while higher positions were dominated by those with substantial means. Those at the top were often described as elders or leading men of the parish, their authority resting as much on economic power as on service. Across England, parish government by the end of Elizabeth's reign reflected a balance between inclusion and control. Access to authority remained possible for many, but it was unequal. Leadership was increasingly shaped by wealth, stability, and reputation. The parish had become a key arena where social order was maintained, resources were distributed, and local power was negotiated, not openly by all, but increasingly by those deemed fit to rule. In many English towns and crowded suburbs, local power did not belong to everyone equally. Decisions about who would run parish and ward duties were usually made by a small inner circle. Even when meetings sounded inclusive on paper, in practice only a fraction of household heads took part. And the bigger the parish, the more dramatic the gap became between the population and the people who actually held authority. In some places, influence was effectively reserved for those who met high financial thresholds, and that same wealthy minority often controlled several connected institutions at once, such as local schooling, drainage and sanitation oversight, and other civic responsibilities. Their strength came not only from money, but from tight networks of family ties, business partnerships, and shared religious energy, all of which helped them remain powerful even in communities where people moved frequently and newcomers arrived constantly. This raises a hard question. When the leaders were richer than most of their neighbors, what did governing for the parish really mean? Many historians have argued that late Elizabethan England saw sharper divides grow between those who ruled local life and those who lived under their decisions. One reason was the pressure of rapid population growth. More people meant more competition for food, work, and housing, and the poorest felt the strain first. When harvests failed and prices rose, the gap widened. Some households gained from higher prices, while others saw wages by less and less. In that climate, local officials became more cautious and more controlling because poverty relief was expensive and every increase in need threatened local budgets. Out of this fear came closer monitoring of everyday behavior. Parish leaders watched alehouses, street disorder, sexual disputes, and any sign that public spending might rise. Sometimes this was driven by intense religious preaching that demanded stricter living and visible discipline. But even where that kind of preaching was weaker, communities still tightened the rules simply because they felt squeezed. In other words, moral regulation often functioned like financial regulation. If leaders believed certain behaviors created instability, they tried to stop them. And if they believed instability would increase the number of people needing help, they became even more determined. Over time, two big forces pushed in the same direction. One was religion, especially the drive for a more disciplined, visibly reformed community. The other was the growing reach of government, because laws about poverty, mobility, and order increasingly depended on local officers to enforce them. Parish authority became the place where national policy and local interest met. The people collecting money and distributing aid were also the people deciding who deserved support and who should be punished, excluded, or forced into work. That mixture gave local leadership enormous power, and it could pull them away from the broader population. The more relief and regulation depended on these officers, the more they began to see themselves as guardians of order rather than neighbors negotiating compromise. It is important to remember that inequality and hierarchy were not new. English communities had long been divided by wealth, status, and influence. But the late 16th century made those divisions sharper. As more people hovered near the edge of poverty, fewer could realistically enter local office. Those paying rates had stronger reasons to control who received help and under what conditions. Some reforming ministers aimed their message at the leading men of the parish on purpose, hoping to reshape the entire community from the top down. Where local elites embraced that mission, the parish could turn into a battlefield between two competing ideals. One ideal valued peace, charity, and flexible neighborly compromise. The other demanded strict behavior as the foundation of harmony. When these collided, communities could split, and daily life could become bitter and tense. Another layer of conflict often hid beneath the religious language: age. Many behaviors targeted as disorder were common among younger people, especially young laborers and servants. They were more likely to gather in alehouses, form relationships outside marriage, argue with elders, and move from place to place looking for work. In many cases, the same person did not appear in local trouble records twice because they had already moved on. So what looks like moral conflict can also be read as a struggle between settled households and a mobile younger population, between established authority and insecure youth. By the end of Elizabeth's reign, England had laid down the framework for a national system of poor relief. Local officers were expected to collect funds and distribute help, with oversight from higher authorities. On paper, it looks like the state reaching deep into everyday life. In reality, practice was uneven. England did not have the machinery to force every parish to behave the same way quickly and efficiently. Local traditions survived. In some regions, relief was still given as food or informal support rather than cash payments. In others, old fundraising customs continued despite complaints from stricter voices. Even where compulsory systems existed, they sat alongside private charities, local endowments, and institutions that shaped how aid was actually experienced. And the system contained a built-in tension. Relief was tied to belonging. Parishes were pushed to care for their own, and that encouraged suspicion toward outsiders. Disputes between communities over who counted as a legitimate local responsibility could become fierce, and this strengthened local self-interest rather than national unity. So even as policy became more national, local identity often became more defensive. All of this happened while population kept rising and hardship peaked in the worst years of shortage. The burden grew heaviest at the bottom of society, among people with no property, unstable work, and weak local ties. Their presence increased fear, intensified regulation, and helped justify tighter control by those paying rates. In some places, the response was formal. Closed governing groups and strict decision-making. In others, it was informal. Meetings that were supposedly open but effectively dominated by the settled and prosperous. Language changed too. When leaders said they acted for the parish, they often meant ratepayers and household heads, not everyone who lived there. For a long time, it has almost become a habit to say that the Tudor rulers were masters of propaganda, using it as a key political weapon. What people disagree about is not whether it existed, but what it was meant to achieve. Older historians once treated Tudor government as a model of effective rule and pointed to big historical narratives like Edward Hall's Chronicle as proof. In that view, the message was simple and practical. Rebellion and internal conflict lead to ruin, so society must accept order, rank, and obedience. Later writers shifted focus toward the dazzling world of royal display. Under Elizabeth, portraits, ceremonies, and public performance seemed to create an emotional bond between crown and people, and some argued that the Queen's carefully crafted image became a kind of national devotion built through political art. By the late 20th century, the tone darkened again. Instead of seeing brilliance, many began to see manipulation, claiming the Tudors used propaganda and strict control of speech to hide weakness and failure. A major problem runs underneath all these arguments. We often judge the 16th century through modern assumptions. We treat propaganda as if it automatically means lying, and we treat censorship as if it must be a total system designed to control every thought. But in Elizabeth's England, propaganda and censorship were not always moving toward the same goal, and when they did overlap, the reasons were often more specific and more strategic than modern labels suggest. Some historians explain propaganda as a substitute for real power. The monarchy insisted it ruled with authority, but it had limited administrators, limited soldiers, and limited reach. In that situation, persuasion mattered, because the government could not simply force its will everywhere at once. Others go further and argue that Elizabeth's rule depended on illusion, that the glittering images around her distracted both contemporaries and later historians from the messy reality of decision-making, weakness, and compromise. Yet there were also strong voices warning that an obsession with royal spectacle can become a trap. If historians spend all their energy decoding symbolic events and court entertainment, they may miss the harder work of tracing policies, institutions, and practical government. Some critics even questioned whether court rituals should be called propaganda at all. To persuade the public, ideas must be spread widely and repeatedly. But many of the famous performances associated with Elizabeth were seen by very few. When the Queen traveled, only a small fraction of the population witnessed her, and much of the elaborate praise was aimed upward, designed to flatter the ruler and compete for favor, rather than aimed outward to win over skeptical subjects. Printing, however, changes the conversation. To modern minds, the press looks like the obvious machine of persuasion. Create a message, reproduce it cheaply, spread it widely. It is easy to assume the Tudor state used printing in exactly that way. It is also easy to assume that because the government regulated printing, everything printed must have been approved, and therefore everything circulated must have served official propaganda. But those assumptions mix together separate things. There was a difference between encouraging arguments that supported royal policy and running an all-controlling system that allowed only one story to exist. In practice, the world of Tudor print involved privileges, trade rights, local professional rules, and only sometimes direct ideological supervision. When we merge censorship and propaganda into one single mechanism, we are often projecting backward a 20th century fear shaped by dictatorships that tried to dominate every channel of communication. That mental model can distort what Elizabethan ministers were actually doing and why. A rare and unusually clear episode shows how censorship and propaganda could briefly lock together. In early 1587, the Privy Council intervened in the second edition of a huge national history known as Holinshed's Chronicles. Many later readers assumed that because the book carried the phrase, meaning it was printed with a privilege, it must have been officially blessed as the government's chosen version of history. Yet that phrase often pointed to something more commercial than political. It signaled an exclusive right to print a certain category of books. Privileges could be passed from one printer to another, and they were often treated as property within the book trade. Elizabeth's government granted privileges for whole classes of publications, and histories were among them. So the presence of that phrase did not prove that the Queen had personally sponsored the book, or that her ministers were treating it as a deliberate campaign of persuasion. The confusion deepens when people assume that privilege automatically meant official approval of the text. In Elizabeth's England, the word license often referred to a proprietary right in the trade, controlled by the stationer's company, not a moral or political stamp from the state. Approval by an official examiner existed too, but it was not identical to the trade license, and it was not applied with the same intensity to every type of writing. Religious works, translations, and sensitive political material were more likely to be checked, but the practice could be uneven and flexible. Even major works could slip through without the neat paper trail that modern readers expect. Holinshed's Chronicles is a perfect example of how messy this could be. The publishing arrangements behind both editions were complicated, involving partnerships and inherited rights. Under normal trade practice, once a title was entered and licensed, later editions usually did not go through the same process again, even if they contained substantial new material. This was not necessarily secrecy or conspiracy. It was simply how the business worked. Yet despite the absence of clear evidence that the government planned or sponsored the book, the state still reacted to it once it was out in the world. In the late 1570s, officials temporarily stopped sales because certain passages were seen as politically damaging, and after changes were made, the book was allowed back into circulation. The second edition became an even more dramatic case. On February 1, 1587, the Privy Council ordered that sales be halted until newly added sections dealing with recent state affairs could be corrected. The job was given not to random officials, but to men with direct experience in diplomacy, law, and high-level religious investigations. That detail matters because it points towards the government's fear. Not that ordinary English readers would be stirred into disorder by exciting stories, but that sensitive details might disrupt foreign relations and intensify international criticism. The reviewers demanded cuts, especially in material connected to Scotland, that could threaten delicate agreements. In the English narrative, changes were shaped to protect current policy, to make key figures look stronger or more reliable, to distance the regime from awkward foreign connections, and to emphasize that English courts acted through proper legal process. The publishing team carried out these changes with exceptional care, rewriting and replacing sections so the revised text flowed smoothly. Then politics moved again. Mary, Queen of Scots, was executed in secret on the 8th of February, 1587, and the situation became even more volatile. The government rushed to justify what had happened, while also preparing for the backlash it expected abroad. News took time to spread, and there were signs that the state wanted the public reaction managed rather than uncontrolled. In this climate, further revisions were made to the chronicles. Some material was shortened, softened, or reshaped. The details of Mary's legal proceedings remained, but the tone around related events became less provocative. What had seemed acceptable before her death now seemed dangerous afterwards, not because it might upset loyal Protestants, but because it might inflame powerful Catholic interests beyond England. One striking example involves the execution of the Jesuit Edmund Campion. The account of his trial and death stayed, but a passage describing Catholic outrage and accusing foreign enemies of spreading shameless attacks on English justice was removed. This was not a simple case of hiding information. It was a calculation about international perception. Elizabeth's government was fighting a wider battle over how the world interpreted its actions. Catholic writers and supporters claimed that priests killed for treason were really martyrs dying for faith. The government insisted they were political agents tied to a hostile power and that the law had been followed. In that struggle, the state cared intensely about how England looked to foreign courts and foreign audiences. A printed history that looked too triumphant, too violent, or too eager to mock Catholic outrage could make diplomacy harder and hostility sharper. The same pattern appears in the way the Babington conspiracy was rewritten. The core facts remained, but the storytelling changed. A long, dramatic hunt and a gruesome description of punishment gave way to a calmer summary. The revised account stressed order, careful investigation, lawful examination, no torture, confession as voluntary, and punishment as the result of routine judgment. The earlier version sounded like an aggressive political performance designed to celebrate the state's victory and humiliate its enemies. The softened version sounds like damage control, an effort to avoid feeding the story that England's justice was savage or vengeful, especially at a moment when the execution of Mary threatened to turn foreign opinion into active opposition. This is why the Holinshed episode is so valuable. It shows censorship and propaganda briefly working side by side, but not in the simple way modern stereotypes suggest. The state did not treat the Chronicles as a sacred official text from the start. It intervened after publication because the timing was dangerous and the international stakes were high. The aim was not primarily to frighten English subjects into obedience by preaching about rebellion. The Chronicles were full of rebellion and usurpation, and the reviewers did not try to erase those stories. Instead, the state's priority was to reduce risk abroad to keep diplomatic waters from boiling, and to blunt the claims of international Catholic critics. When we widen the lens, a larger pattern appears. In Elizabeth's England, the most consistent pressure point was what ministers saw as Catholic political action, especially when it connected to foreign powers like Spain and France, and even to Scotland. Courts were a major arena for dealing with dangerous writing. Two legal categories mattered most: treason, which included attacking the monarch's authority and supremacy in church matters, and seditious libel, which covered writings seen as provoking hostility against the government. These cases were not constant, but they happened, and they show that written words could be treated as threats to the state. Some people were prosecuted and executed because their writing denied royal supremacy in religion. Catholic works that portrayed the Queen as a heretic or hinted at violence against her could also be pursued under treason law. And when a text triggered fear of rebellion or foreign intervention, the government might not only punish, but also respond with its own public statements, trying to shape how the event was understood. Seen this way, propaganda and censorship in Elizabeth's reign look less like a single machine designed to fool the population and more like a set of tools used in different situations for different audiences. Sometimes the goal was to stop dangerous words. Sometimes it was to answer them. Sometimes it was to adjust the public record so England would appear stable, lawful, and restrained at exactly the moment when enemies wanted to paint it as cruel, illegitimate, or tyrannical. The key is to drop the assumption that every act of control equals ideological total domination. In the most revealing moments, what we see is a government managing risk, especially risk beyond its borders, in a Europe where reputation, alliances, and religious politics could decide whether England faced peace or invasion. Cases built around seditious libel were never straightforward, because insults and bad talk could be judged under more than one legal tradition. Rumor, slander, and written attacks might be handled by church courts in some settings and by common law courts in others. When the target was someone powerful, the issue became even sharper. A special category existed for defaming the great, based on the belief that reckless stories about leading figures could become a political danger, not simply a personal injury. The fear was that false reports could drive a wedge between the ruler and the people, or between the crown and influential nobles who mattered for stability. Tudor treason thinking pushed this logic further. If attacking a leading magnate could disturb the realm, then attacking the monarch was far worse because it could erode loyalty itself. In that framework, writing that smeared the crown or tried to make the ruler hateful in the eyes of subjects was treated as a public threat, not just a private offense. Several well-known prosecutions show how this worked in practice. In one case, in the late 1570s, a writer was hauled into the Queen's Bench for a book that condemned the foreign match Elizabeth was considering, portraying her suitor and his family in a hostile light. In another case, from the early 1580s, a man was tried in Star Chamber after authorities found him carrying a Catholic pamphlet praising Edmund Campion and presenting him as a holy victim. The accused admitted he had contributed one of the sharp, mocking poems inside it, the kind of verse that turned a state execution into a public accusation against the regime. These episodes also reveal a habit the government relied on when it wanted more than punishment. Alongside courtroom action, it often issued royal proclamations that spelled out what it claimed was wrong with the offending texts and urged subjects to hand over their copies. That combination matters. because it shows proclamations functioning not only as administrative orders, but also as instruments for shaping how people were supposed to interpret events. Yet proclamations had limits. They could demand surrender of books, warn of danger, and threaten penalties, but they could not reliably erase texts from circulation. Works printed abroad and brought in secretly were especially hard to contain, and even highly notorious writings could continue to circulate long after officials denounced them. What proclamations could do, however, was create a public story that framed the government's position as lawful, necessary, and protective. Some proclamations were routine and practical, dealing with everyday governance like scheduling court terms, setting wages, controlling trade, regulating clothing, or enforcing religious customs. Those documents might project a certain image of the Queen as careful, informed, and responsible, but they were rarely crafted as psychological persuasion aimed at winning hearts. The tone changed when the government responded to emergencies. In moments of crisis, proclamations could become tightly argued statements, or they could turn into blunt, one-sided narratives that divided the world into loyal subjects and dangerous enemies. Most of the truly hard-edged proclamations were triggered by the Catholic political struggle as Elizabeth's ministers understood it. Over the reign, censorship proclamations targeted different kinds of writing, many against Catholic works, several against radical Protestant material, and one aimed at a major political attack on the Queen's marriage policy. The proclamations against fringe Protestant groups often condemned them firmly, but did not always rely on intense theatrical language. Even the official response to some early Puritan texts could focus less on dramatic demonization and more on royal displeasure and insistence on uniform worship. When the government confronted the Marprelate tracts, it did strike a sharper tone, describing them as reckless and destabilizing, but it still tried to sound calmer than its opponents by stressing law, continuity, and the social costs of violent innovation. That restraint was not accidental. It was a way of claiming the reasonable center while pushing extremists to the margins, and it sat alongside a much larger counter-campaign that included hired writers and popular entertainment. Proclamations aimed at Catholic publications were different in temperature and design. Their language was often deliberately polarizing. Instead of describing a dispute within one nation, they constructed a moral battlefield. England appeared as a harmonious community of obedient subjects, living in peace under a God-blessed government. Opposing that ideal stood a hostile camp defined by disloyalty and subversion. Traitors at home, missionaries trained abroad, and foreign forces said to be working together under papal direction. These proclamations rarely bothered to cite book titles one by one. They preferred broad categories, portraying Catholic writers as hardened enemies whose words were not mere criticism, but calculated attacks meant to undermine the Queen, destabilize the realm, and clear the way for the return of Catholic power through regime change. In effect, the state answered Catholic claims with its own master narrative. Unrest and rebellion did not come from legitimate grievance, but from an external network using religion as a cover for political conquest. Even within this world, the government had other rhetorical tools besides simple us versus them language. In proclamations that mattered beyond England, Elizabeth was often presented not as a woman who happened to rule, but as a sovereign prince operating among princes. The language emphasized mutual dignity with other monarchs, justified aggressive measures as normal actions of any independent ruler, and sometimes allowed the proclamation to speak in the Queen's own voice, using the first person to make the command feel immediate and sovereign. This style appears most clearly in foreign policy declarations, maintaining order on borders, restricting commerce with hostile powers, or authorizing seizures at sea. In these cases, the objective was not only to instruct English subjects, but also to broadcast legitimacy outward, so that England's actions looked like the standard conduct of a lawful monarchy rather than the desperate behavior of an isolated regime. A strong example of this tone comes from a proclamation issued in the early 1590s that banned trade with Spain. The document did not read like a simple embargo notice. It framed England's position as part of a providential story in which God had protected the realm for years, preserved true religion, and repeatedly thwarted enemies. It portrayed the Queen as carrying a divine responsibility to defend her people and her lands, using every lawful means to prevent enemies from gaining strength. The argument turned practical policy into moral and strategic messaging. England was secure and well supplied. Spain was needy for provisions and war materials. Therefore, English trade should not help the enemy survive. In a normal commercial regulation, such elevated language would be excessive. Here it was the point. Building an image of strength and righteousness mattered as much as the rule itself. Not long afterward, another major proclamation set up a nationwide effort against Jesuits and seminary priests, and it used the occasion to intensify the anti-Spanish message. It painted Spain as the engine behind wider conflict in Europe and claimed that papal influence, foreign ambition, and domestic treason were being woven together. The proclamation insisted that the government's punishments were for treason, not belief, and it urged collective national mobilization, prayers, money, labor, vigilance against invasion and internal betrayal. It also pushed practical measures that bordered on a security dragnet, interrogating recent arrivals, scrutinizing strangers, and establishing commissions across counties, cities, and ports to uncover anyone persuading obedience to Rome or to Spain. The enemy was described as hidden, mobile, and deceptive, making broad suspicion seem like common sense. A second proclamation even laid out specific questions to be asked of suspects. Together, these documents show how the state combined administration with persuasion, aiming to make vigilance feel like patriotism. In the Mary, Queen of Scots crisis, however, the government sometimes shifted away from that harsh, dividing style. A proclamation issued in December 1586 announcing Mary's treason sentence stands out for its restraint. It still explained the danger and relied on legal procedure, but it carefully framed Elizabeth as reluctant. The text emphasized grief and hesitation. Mary was a fellow princess, of the same sex and blood, and someone whose life and honor Elizabeth claimed she had protected more than once. The proclamation presented the decision as forced by necessity, not chosen from cruelty. Only when convinced that safety and national survival required public execution of the sentence did the Queen consent. It is persuasion built through solemnity, law, and visible emotional conflict. The goal was to make the action appear inevitable, lawful, and morally painful rather than triumphant or vengeful. This careful image was reinforced through other printed material circulating at the same time. A pamphlet associated with the Queen's printer, marked with royal symbols, presented speeches and exchanges from parliamentary sessions that had pressed Elizabeth to act against Mary. Without shouting its topic on the first page, it revealed a staged debate. Parliament warning that Mary was the root from which conspiracies grew, and Elizabeth struggling between personal grief and political duty. The publication's effect was clear. It invited readers to admire Elizabeth's judgment, her restraint, and her devotion to lawful governance. Later, literary treatments echoed this portrayal, showing a merciful ruler who recognizes the legal verdict yet mourns what must be done. The fact that the story of Elizabeth's reluctance continued to influence how people argued about Mary long afterward suggests that this softer form of propaganda could be deeply effective. Stepping back, the pattern becomes clearer. When official messaging was tied to censorship and high political danger, it often aimed beyond the English public. Much of the energy was directed outward, toward foreign courts, foreign critics, and international Catholic networks that could turn opinion into action. The state wanted Europe to see England as lawful, stable, and sovereign, and it wanted its measures, book suppression, arrests, trade bans, even aggressive actions at sea, to look like legitimate defenses against subversion rather than panic or persecution. At the same time, not every act of censorship triggered a matching public explanation. Some books were suppressed without a major official narrative attached, and certain bans were carried out quietly. There was also a wide stream of praise writing that celebrated Elizabeth and her ministers, described military success, and condemned traitors. Yet much of this was closer to courtly flattery than to a coordinated campaign of persuasion. It often climbed upward toward the throne, seeking reward and recognition, rather than pushing downward to convert doubtful subjects. The more direct, widely circulated propaganda tended to appear when officials felt compelled to answer an opponent. Because censorship rarely made hostile texts disappear, the government tried another approach. It entered the argument. It repeated, summarized, or acknowledged what enemies were saying, then supplied an official counterstory grounded in law, history, and claims of fact. In that sense, Elizabethan propaganda often worked like a public debate carried out across borders, with each side insisting it possessed the truth. This is why judging Elizabethan propaganda by a simple modern test, was it fear-based and dishonest, can mislead. It certainly could lean on fear of invasion, disorder, assassination, foreign domination, and the collapse of Protestant religion. But lying is harder to measure because both sides rejected the other's core claim. Catholics argued they were punished for faith. The regime insisted it punished treason. What can be said with confidence is that the loudest, most aggressive official messaging was not primarily designed to rule the English population through a constant domestic propaganda machine. Instead, it was used selectively, often when England's reputation and alliances were at stake, to present Elizabeth not as a fragile ruler relying on theater, but as a fully legitimate sovereign prince whose authority could stand among Europe's monarchs and whose policies could not be dismissed as illegitimate or tyrannical. When Elizabeth took the English throne in November 1558, she stepped into a storm of problems that could have broken a less careful ruler. People often point first to the foreign wars and the weak economy, but one of the most exhausting pressures came from across the Irish Sea. Ireland was draining money and men, and it was not a kingdom that could be managed the way England was managed. Outside a limited English-held zone, most people spoke Irish rather than English, lived by local customs, and followed leaders from powerful dynasties who acted like independent rulers. In reality, English authority was thin, uneven, and constantly contested. In the years before Elizabeth's accession, the Crown had already decided that vague claims of lordship were no longer enough. It wanted direct control, and it wanted that control to rest on obedience, courts, and force, not on ceremonial language. A law passed in Dublin in the early 1540s declared that everyone in Ireland, both those of English settler descent and the Gaelic majority, belonged to one community under the English crown and should be governed by English institutions. That declaration sounded sweeping, but turning it into daily reality proved painfully slow. At first, officials tried bargains and treaties, hoping persuasion and gradual legal expansion would reshape the island. Then impatience took over. The government increased its permanent troops, and by the time Elizabeth became queen, it was already committed to pushing conquest and colonization as the quickest way to impose what it called English civility. Even before the news of Mary Tudor's death had fully settled, English forces were moving through multiple regions, staging expeditions by land and sea, then pulling back only because winter made operations harder, not because the conflict had been solved. The very first reports Elizabeth received from Ireland carried the blunt tone of a battlefield. Bad roads, difficult terrain, tired soldiers, and the expectation that more campaigns were coming. The message beneath the military detail was unmistakable. The government had been charging forward, but it was nowhere near finishing the job. Worse, the situation was sliding toward disaster. Large stretches of the country were being devastated, and hunger followed violence like a shadow. Both sides used scorched earth tactics that destroyed food supplies and turned entire districts into wasteland. English commanders tried to present their operations as successes, but Irish resistance did not fight the kind of war England preferred. Ambushes, raids, and hit-and-run attacks bled troops and humiliated expensive expeditions. Even while boasting of victories against Scottish-linked forces in the north, the administration had to admit that strongholds near Dublin were being lost through betrayal and careless defense. In the west, allies who supposedly represented royal influence often held power only on paper, surrounded by enemies and lacking deep support. The most alarming figure of all was Shane O'Neill in Ulster. He had once cooperated with the Crown, then became the symbol of defiance after being mishandled by officials who underestimated him. He survived repeated campaigns launched against him at enormous cost, and his survival encouraged other lords to believe England could be resisted. At the same time, English ministers feared that France and Scotland might treat Ireland as a second battlefield in their struggle with England, using a powerful Irish leader as a partner. From the beginning of Elizabeth's reign, Ireland looked like a warning that never went away. Parts of the island could erupt into resistance, the expense would climb, and the international consequences could be severe. This does not mean the Crown faced a blank map. Some regions were relatively dependable and even enthusiastic about stronger royal power. The English-held district around Dublin and the East Coast was the richest and most settled area, populated largely by descendants of medieval settlers who, despite cultural mixing, still leaned toward English political habits and often welcomed direct rule from London. Many of the local elite had benefited from earlier reforms, and they were willing to supply manpower for campaigns. Some hoped the expansion of royal authority would open opportunities for land, profit, and influence, and they expected a larger role in governing the country, rather than being sidelined by officials sent from England. Beyond this core, there were other pockets of support, including parts of the southeast and several important port towns on the southern and western coasts. Even among Gaelic dynasties, there were leaders who saw advantage in cooperating with the Crown if it helped them dominate their rivals. Yet despite these footholds, the prevailing mood in government when Elizabeth became queen was uncertainty. The questions were blunt and urgent. Should conquest continue or be slowed? And should the existing governor, the Earl of Sussex, be kept in power? Sussex had enemies. Complaints about his leadership had been spreading, pushed by powerful figures who felt insulted, disadvantaged, or abused by his policies and his officers. He was accused of harshness, bias, and misrule, and there were stories of theft, oppression, and killings that harmed even those who claimed loyalty to the crown. Yet the striking detail is that many critics did not reject conquest itself. They wanted conquest better managed. In their view, colonizing selected territories and tightening royal control was not only acceptable, but morally justified and financially useful, as long as it was done with competence. Elizabeth's early decisions reflected her familiar habit of balancing one force against another. She kept Sussex, even promoted him and raised his pay, but also encouraged rival noble power to limit his freedom of action. Above all, her first instinct was economy. She wanted to cut military spending, reduce troop numbers, and seek temporary peace with the most dangerous northern forces. This has led some to imagine she opposed conquest. A better reading is that she wanted conquest on a slower timetable, with less immediate cost and fewer reckless gambles. She focused on regions that seemed easier to reshape and cheaper to hold, while treating deeper northern ambitions as something to be postponed until success looked more certain. At the same time, she tried to keep the Anglo-Irish elite invested by increasing their presence in government and handing major offices to key figures, even when those appointments offended rival factions. Yet the pressure of security kept breaking through Elizabeth's desire to spend less. A year later, troop numbers rose again and campaigns resumed because commanders argued that Ireland was not just a messy province, but a strategic threat. Sussex, who famously hated the place, still insisted it could not be neglected. If a major foreign power ever landed there, it could use Ireland as a platform against England, aided by hostile local lords. That fear did not disappear, even when France became consumed by its own internal conflict. After England's Protestant settlement, ministers worried about isolation in Europe and imagined Ireland, largely Catholic and never fully obedient, as the most vulnerable point in the Queen's defenses. Sussex failed to deliver the stability he promised and was eventually replaced, but the framework he helped build endured. Ireland was increasingly treated as a security problem first and a normal kingdom second, and Sussex carried that viewpoint back into the inner circle of government. Over time, senior ministers in London came to agree that Irish affairs demanded constant attention, and official machinery was shaped around military priorities. As a result, the men sent to govern Ireland were expected to be soldier administrators. Some were professional fighters by temperament, others were civil servants with military experience, but all were chosen because the post required coercion as well as paperwork. This created a permanent contradiction that Elizabeth never resolved. She wanted cheaper government, but she also wanted control, and control kept demanding men, forts, supplies, and campaigns. Viceroys repeatedly complained they lacked the resources they needed, and that shortage helps explain why conquest moved slowly and why some regions remained beyond firm control even at the end of Elizabeth's reign. Still, the Crown maintained a sizable garrison for most of the period, large enough to fight, punish, and slowly expand royal power. Every time Elizabeth tried to cut the army, new rebellions and fresh rumors of foreign intrigue forced her to raise troops again. Even before the Great Emergency of the 1590s, Ireland consumed a steady flow of soldiers year after year. and the cost climbed relentlessly. Spending rose decade by decade, and the Queen argued bitterly with officials who insisted they could not keep the bill at earlier levels. Then came the late crisis. From the mid-1590s, the scale of conflict exploded, and the Crown poured staggering sums into Ireland because England itself seemed threatened. To prevent Ireland becoming the launch point for a Spanish strike, Elizabeth abandoned gradual pressure and moved into an all-out war that strained the monarchy to the edge. Even so, it would be a mistake to treat the earlier decades as mild. The fact that the later war was bigger does not mean the earlier policy was harmless or half-hearted. A government does not casually raise taxes at home simply to dominate Ireland more thoroughly, and it usually had many competing demands for revenue. Only when national survival seemed at stake did the Crown accept the vast military machine of the final years. The more revealing question is why the earlier approach produced the conditions that later demanded something so extreme. How did a long, piecemeal strategy, backed by constant force, fail to eliminate resistance and foreign opportunity, and instead lead to a crisis where rebels and foreign invaders nearly combined into a decisive threat? From the perspective of those living under it, English rule between 1558 and the mid-1590s already felt aggressive and coercive. Tight budgets did not make occupation gentler. They often made it harsher. English ministers did not imagine their task as purely military. In private, leading councillors argued that Ireland should be reshaped through justice and institutions, as well as through arms. Governors planned regional councils, provincial administrations, new counties, and expanded courts as ways to integrate local elites and spread English law. Some reforms were introduced, new administrative divisions appeared, new offices were established, and a special court modeled on English practice began handling public order issues and petitions. On paper, this looked like the construction of a functioning kingdom. In reality, the dominance of soldiers inside the administration gave the state a martial character that pulled Ireland further away from English norms. Military officers entered the Executive Council in growing numbers, and even supposedly civil officials chased military posts because they brought income and patronage. The line between civilian governance and military command blurred until it barely existed. Independent voices complained that decisions simply followed the governor's will, and legal expansion lagged behind the promises made in official reports. Courts did not travel regularly, new counties did not always function as real counties, and even in the most English districts, the machinery of justice could be thin. By the middle of Elizabeth's reign, Ireland increasingly resembled an emergency regime. English law was often proclaimed, but martial power set the rhythm of daily life. The most dangerous tool in this system was the widening use of martial law before open rebellion even began. Under Sussex, commissions were granted that allowed lethal force not only against armed rebels in the field, but against suspected opponents in advance, with broad discretion. This practice expanded under later governors until it became normal across the island. The logic was brutal and self-reinforcing. Martial authority helped compensate for limited funding because it could reward officials through confiscated goods and local extraction. It also allowed the government to replace soldiers with locally empowered enforcers when troop numbers were cut. Oversight was weak, accounting was minimal, and those accused of abuses were often shielded rather than punished. Over time, the system encouraged an entrepreneurial kind of violence. People treated their jurisdictions like private franchises, squeezing communities for protection money or profit. and killing could become not only a weapon, but a business. When provoked populations struck back, officials could label the reaction a rebellion and use the rebellion as proof that harsher measures were necessary. It was a circle that produced fear, resentment, and instability while pretending to create order. Elizabeth eventually tried to reduce and then abolish these practices, but the damage to trust was already deep. Gaelic communities increasingly saw the Queen not as a distant lawful monarch, but as a tyrannical figure. Yet the anger was not limited to Gaelic Ireland. Anglo-Irish districts also suffered from soldiers and commissioners who could evict or kill with alarming freedom, and many English subjects complained they were being driven from their homes. The burdens of supporting troops were heavy, and reforms meant to replace forced quartering and arbitrary demands were often ignored in practice. Soldiers still lived off local communities, and even settled areas could be terrorized at night. Over time, religion worsened everything. As the English state became more firmly Protestant, and more Protestant officials and soldiers served in Ireland, clashes with a uniformly Catholic population could carry a sharper edge of ideological hostility. Meanwhile, policy in London hardened during the 1570s. Ministers increasingly treated Catholics as politically unreliable and vulnerable to foreign influence, and they began excluding them from office. That might have seemed workable in England, where Protestant institutions and clergy were growing. In Ireland, it was explosive because it meant trying to hold a largely Catholic society under a government that was increasingly Protestant in identity and increasingly coercive in method. The question hovering behind every decision was simple. If loyal supporters were humiliated or mistrusted because of their faith, how long would loyalty last? In Elizabethan Ireland, it is easy to picture the royal army as a force shipped in from England, with Irish fighters only tagging along at the edges. That image is misleading. In the middle years of Elizabeth's reign, especially as conflict deepened towards the 9 Years' War, the crown depended far more on Irish manpower than many people assume. At the level of ordinary soldiers, the garrison could become heavily Irish in composition. Money pushed the system in that direction. Irish troops were cheaper to keep in the field than English recruits, and captains who wanted their wages to stretch often preferred them. Officials in Dublin and London frequently tolerated the practice because it fit the Queen's constant demand to spend less. There was also a hard, practical reason. Many English conscripts arrived unwilling, tired, and ready to slip away at the first chance. Irish soldiers, by contrast, often treated soldiering as a trade. They were more likely to stay as long as they were paid, and their local experience could be valuable in a landscape shaped by ambushes, raids, and rapid movement. Yet this growing military usefulness did not translate into political inclusion. In fact, many loyal Irish figures felt the opposite was happening. Even while Irishmen filled the ranks, Irish-born leadership in the machinery of the state remained thin and, over time, became thinner. The executive council around the viceroy increasingly looked like an English club. Native representation shrank, and Gaelic nobles were excluded entirely. The same pattern could be seen in high command and in the control of key forts. Irish lords might be asked to fight, bleed, and stabilize districts, but they were rarely trusted with the offices that shaped policy or controlled strategic strongholds. By the time of the Great Crisis near the end of the reign, only a small handful of Irish magnates held senior authority in a formal way, even though local allies were crucial to keeping the royal position alive. This exclusion stung more sharply because it had been repeating for decades. Loyal service during earlier wars often produced disappointment rather than reward. Supporters who helped crush rebellions expected land, offices, or lasting recognition. Instead, major settlements and plantations could be organized in ways that bypassed them. Even when a powerful, loyal noble eventually secured a share after long pressure at court, many lesser loyalists saw a clear message. They could be used, but they would not be brought inside the circle of power. In the network of forts that spread across the island, Irish-born commanders were rare. The crown could rely on Irish swords, but it hesitated to share Irish authority. Religion sharpened the distrust. As English policy hardened, Catholicism increasingly became a mark of suspicion. High-ranking Irish figures could be removed from office, investigated, or confined simply because they were seen as vulnerable to foreign influence or internal conspiracy. Even commanders who considered themselves moderate often trusted certain Irish allies, mainly when those allies were Protestant. At the same time, English officials carried deep cultural anxieties about Ireland itself. Many Anglo-Irish lords did not look fully English to outsiders. They might speak Irish, marry into Gaelic families, keep Gaelic followers, and live by local expectations of honor and kinship. Even when they professed loyalty, they were tied by blood and neighborhood to people who might later become rebels. To English security-minded administrators, this web of relationships felt like danger. Loyalists saw themselves as essential. The New English governing class increasingly saw them as unreliable. Still, many loyalists did not jump into rebellion, even when they felt pushed aside. They had other tools. Networks of patronage mattered. Irish lords and gentry often attached themselves to powerful figures at the English court, seeking protection, favors, and a way to soften hostile decisions in Dublin. Great ministers and royal favorites could intervene, calm disputes, or secure pardons. Some Irish magnates built reputations at court strong enough to shield them, and they could then extend that shield to clients at home. Many Catholic loyalists also hoped the harsh religious mood would fade, or that the succession would change the tone of government. They expected that a new monarch might be less aggressive toward Catholicism, and that time could solve what policy had made intolerable. Even so, the widening gap between English officialdom and the loyalist community had a dangerous consequence. A striking number of rebellions were led by men who had once tried cooperation. The story of Elizabethan Ireland is not a simple line of permanent rebels versus permanent loyalists. Again and again, leaders who had negotiated, served in expeditions, or sought recognition from the crown later turned against it. Some were Anglo-Irish nobles with long histories of royal service. Others were Gaelic lords who had visited court, accepted titles, or offered military help. The most famous case is the great northern leader who had been raised in an English environment, fought alongside crown forces more than once, and even acted ruthlessly against foreign intruders when it suited him. The path to rebellion was often not destiny. It was a reaction to specific pressures. What pushed these men over the edge was frequently policy on the ground rather than ideology in the abstract. Promises were made and then withdrawn. A leader might be led to believe he would be recognized in his inheritance, only to see officials reverse course under pressure from rivals. Others entered agreements for land or protection, then felt those deals collapse, leaving them exposed to enemies or to assassination. In some regions, commanders used emergency powers to strike first, burning property, attacking tenants, and humiliating a local lord before any open revolt had begun. When people believed a group of officials had decided to remove them no matter what they did, rebellion could start to look like self-defense. Fear became a force of its own. Stories spread about traps, sudden arrests, summary executions, and killings justified as security. As emergency violence grew, trust collapsed. Atrocities and betrayals, whether real or rumored, convinced many communities that negotiation was pointless. Once that mindset took hold, rebellions were harder to isolate. Different factions that normally disliked each other could find common cause, not because they shared a single vision, but because they shared anger at predatory officials, land hunger, and brutal enforcement. A religious dispute could pull in men motivated mainly by resentment of extortion and violence. A local rising could attract support from groups that feared they would be next. By the late years of the reign, alliances that would once have seemed impossible could form under the pressure of shared insecurity. Looking back, it is difficult to escape the sense that much of the bloodshed was not inevitable. A different balance of rewards, a stricter check on abusive officers, a more serious response to credible reports of atrocities, and a less provocative style of security rule might have prevented some major uprisings from ever igniting. Instead, the crown drifted into a pattern where distrust produced harsher measures produced wider fear, and wider fear produced coalitions of resistance. When the reign ended, the cost was counted in London as money and debt. In Ireland, it was counted in ruined districts, famine, and an appalling number of dead.